we welcome our different thought leaders, industry experts who will be joining us online, and some who will be here physically. We welcome you all, and we know that we'll have a very good day today. I know yesterday that there were some promised gifts for the Kahoot session, but these will be given out later today. We have not forgotten. You'll be able to get your gifts later today. Recently, I was listening to something about the climate question. Some of you listen to the BBC, I think know the podcast, The Climate Question, and they were specifically talking about Russia. And they were talking about how Russia is reliant on fossil fuels. And they were saying, what happens next? Because you know what fossil fuels is in connection to climate change. What happens next when they have to take measures, to be able to combat global warming? So thank you very much. I'll go through a few messages from our sponsors. As you know, the sponsors have done a great job for us today. That's the reason we're here. Our main partner is Water and Energy for Food. That is GIZ. Water and Energy for Food is focused on environmentally sustainable innovations aiming to improve energy and water efficiency in the agricultural sector. And our other partners or other sponsors, we have Aria Finergy, we have Unrea, we have Energy Pro Group, Enso Impact, Camco Clean Energy, and E Innovators Limited. So as we move on, we will have Mr. Somorin Alufunso, who will be our next speaker or our first speaker. I hope everybody has registered. Everybody here passed by the desk and was able to register. We need your records. I'll run through a brief bio of Mr. Alufunso before he can come on. He'll be joining us online, virtually from Kenya. Let me just go through his bio briefly so that you can know the person who will be taking you through the next session. Dr. Alufunso Somorin is a regional principal officer at the African Development Bank. He leads the bank's work on climate change and green growth across 13 countries of the Eastern African region. This includes supporting countries' access to climate finance for implementing their Paris Agreement commitments and mainstreaming climate change in all bank policies and programs. In addition, he leads policy dialogues with national and regional governments on developing policy frameworks for managing local and regional economic and social issues, climate change, renewable energy, resilience, and inclusive growth. Between 2013 and 2017, he coordinated the bank's work on addressing fragility and building resilience within the Horn of Africa. In the last 8 years, he has been directly involved in the design, appraisal, supervision of more than 150 development projects worth about US dollars 12.4 billion. Somorin holds a PhD in international environmental policy from Wageningen University in the Netherlands. He is an alumnus of executive education in many leading institutions, Bradford, Cambridge, and Oxford universities in the UK. He gives lectures at the University of Guelph in Canada, African Leadership University in Rwanda, and Strathmore University, Kenya. Please welcome Dr. Somorin Alufunso.
And again, let me thank you for the introduction. And I think the conversation today, it's very much about funding. And I think that's why we have a development finance institution invited to give this talk. But it's important to also emphasize the need to appreciate well why funding is very important, particularly as we talk about energy today. Many of you are aware of the lead up to COP26, and which is happening in Glasgow in the next few days. And many of you would have been part of different layers of conversation within your groups, within your partners, within your practice groups, within your country, but also within your industries. And for Africa as a whole, there are a number of things that are going to be very critical for Africa out of COP26. Some of them revolve around adaptation, but some of them also revolve around mitigation. And I think we need a fair balance of both. And if there is any sector that connects both adaptation and mitigation together, it is the energy sector. Because we recognize the nexus between energy and water. We recognize the nexus between energy and food, water, as well as with climate. And I think this recognition is very important for us also when we begin to expand our thinking and our conversations around financing. Because the moment we get these right, it becomes quite easy going forward. So I hope you can also see my slide as well. So today I want to talk about the funding partnerships for energy service companies, as well as strategies for sustainability. And this is very much nested within the notion that, you know, there are energy transformations that are taking place on the continent and in our countries, in our homes. And how do we finance these transformations, particularly if they are a transition towards a low carbon development pathway? And I think what we want to do today is to give you an idea of what we're doing at the African Development Bank, but also to put out there some of the key issues for most of us to learn from. I'd like to start with maybe a not so good news, and that is, but it's a news that we all know, and that is the lack or limited access to energy in our continent. More than 600 million Africans, as we speak today, do not have access to energy. And if you consider that in terms of the rate, we're talking of 40% of the total African population have limited access or no electricity access at all. And when you compare that to the rest of the world, we're talking about the lowest in the world. We have other countries, and I don't want to even compare Africa with developed countries, where if you have to compare Africa with other developing countries, we're talking of anything between 40% in sub-Saharan Africa to about 80 to 85% in other developing countries, in Latin America, in Asia. And I think it's very important to understand how critical this challenge is. And linked to that as well is the per capita consumption as well, which is a function of many things, limited generation, as well as limited energy infrastructure. And what we have currently in sub-Saharan Africa, and if you exclude South Africa, is a per capita consumption of 180 kilowatt per hour. Now, you can appreciate how low that is if you compare that to somebody in the US who has an access per capita of 13,000. You just think of 180 here and 13,000 here. Now, if you say, well, maybe it's because it's US, you go to Europe, it's 6,500. And that tells you a lot about how the level of the low base as in terms of access, but also it also helps us to understand the opportunity in terms of investment going forward. Now, I have here on the screen the share of the population in terms of access. Very few countries have more than 75. Without access, sorry, not more. Without access, you're talking of countries like Niger, Chad, Guinea, South Sudan, Central African Republic, where more than 75% of the population have no access to electricity. For some of us in this region, we may be interested in knowing, because when we look at what is the population in terms of millions of people who do not have access to electricity. So let's just stay within the region. In Uganda, we'll be talking about 33 million people. In Kenya, we'll be talking about 17 million people. Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania. So we're not talking of any country in sub-Saharan Africa, except probably Cape Verde, or the Gambia, where we have 100% access. So access has been a challenge, but also that also helps us to understand that access, the lack of it, is also an investment opportunity for the continent. And I think that for us is the entry point. The moment we can appreciate the fact that we have a problem, but we also have an opportunity going forward. You may have seen this, and many of us over the years, this is one thing we've talked about over and over again. And it tells you about, what they call the dark continent. Electricity, light across the world. It was a NASA picture taken from the space. This was July 2020, actually. So there was an old one many years ago, or even for the latest one, it hasn't changed that much when you compare to the rest of the world. Now, and I think it's very important to understand that we are, again, I want to commend the leadership around this. We're talking about nexus, and we must appreciate that value of that, because it's not just energy for energy's sake. It's not just energy for access sake. It's about understanding that energy may be seen as an enabler. It's an enabler for our water investments and water infrastructure and our access to water facilities. It's also an enabler for food production, food security, and all of this is very much nested within the new conversations around climate change and as such. So it's that appreciating this is very important. Why do we also need to appreciate this? So it's also very important to understand that when you start talking about financing, you must be able to access financing in the energy service industry. And the question is, finance energy for what? Because you may have an opportunity to have access to financing in the water sector, even if you are interested in energy investment. You may also you may have access to financing in the food sector, even though your project is energy, because the ability to appreciate that nexus also means that you expand the frontiers of opportunity when it comes to financing. And the best way to nest all of this together, the best way to appreciate that is through what we call the nationally determined contributions. Basically, the blueprint document for most African countries in terms of how they want to build a resilient society, resilient economy, as well as how do they want to, the pathway they want to follow when it comes to low carbon development. And this is very important because you're going to always see the reference to this nexus in there. And what we are looking at is that investments and innovations in the energy sector can help us, and particularly given the huge endowments that we have in the renewable energy resources, it's important for us to be able to look at opportunities to expand. So beyond access to electricity, we must ask ourselves, access for what? And I think that's where we begin to appreciate the conversation today. And I know in the course of the next 2 days, you're going to be talking a lot about the different business models for ESCOs. And I don't think there's a perfect model. It comes down to what works, and it comes down to the context as well within the whole notion of the regulatory environment. But one thing that we know is that ESCOs have an opportunity to help us scale up energy efficiency. And that energy efficiency is very critical for in terms of growing food, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of providing the enabling environment for other investments to thrive on. And so what you have here is that you always have ESCOs playing a role in helping you reduce the energy cost, and that cost over time is accrued to the owner. So the owner could be an individual, the owner could be a small business, and the owner could be a country. And the goal is that you want to maximize the benefit and you optimize the benefit for the owner while you continuously reduce energy costs. And is basically what the efficiency is about. And we must appreciate the role that this group of actors play in achieving that, particularly so in Africa, where if you ask a lot of companies, small-scale companies, SMEs, And if they have to break down the cost of their operation, usually you will see the energy cost is a significant cost in there. So it's very important to be able to understand what are those technical and financial services that we need that ESCOs can provide during project design implementation. Now I want to go further to just introduce to you the African Development Bank and why over the last few years we have been very big on energy investment in Africa, particularly within the notion that we want to power and light up Africa. And this is very, over the last few years, and this is in the last 5 years thereabout, we have an ongoing portfolio of about $12 billion across the continent. And again, let me emphasize that the significance of this is largely that most of our investments are going towards renewable energy. Actually, in 2019, we have been able to, in 2016, only 59% of our investments were renewable. We're targeted towards renewable. 2019, 3 years later, we moved from 59% to 95%. And I always remember this number because it's 59 and now it's 95. And these are some of the results that we've seen on the ground in terms of either the number of people who are now connected, including the gender part of it, women, or the number of power distribution lines that have been financed, either the distribution lines or the transmission lines, as well as the generation installed capacity as well, and the emissions reductions, because basically we've been able to shift from brown to green in a way. And it's very important to also know how do we do it. And I think this is where the issue of financing comes, because when we talk about financing, and I want to be very clear about something. For most of us who are listening, who are part of this conversation, our biggest challenge in Africa is not access to money. Our biggest challenge in Africa is to understand the language of money, to understand the shapes and the shades of money. So within the global economy, we have enough money. The quantum of money that we need to be able to solve our energy crisis in Africa is available. It's not going to be available. It's already available. The biggest challenge is distribution. So how do you have access to it? How do we move it from those who have it to where it is most needed? We live in a very, unique situation where today those who have money will tell you we can't find projects to finance, and those who have projects will tell you we can't find money. And these are two categories of actors in the same ecosystem, and there is a mismatch between the demand side and the supply side. And so it's often, how do we facilitate that interaction? And oftentimes on the project developer side, on the small ESCO side, it's important to understand the language that we speak when we talk about money. And that is the fact that you must be able to appreciate the different instruments of money and to be able to understand how do I maximize different instruments? How do I leverage on that? And that comes to your ability to understand it, your capacity to be able to also build the strategic partnerships that you need. And I think in this in this lecture today, we're talking about that strategic partnership as well. So at the African Development Bank, what we tend to do is we need to understand the different phases of project development. So there is the public sector preparation and enabling phase. So most ESCOs are not usually in the first two phases. They're usually in the project finance phase, because you definitely already know the project you're looking at. You've probably done your feasibility study. You have an idea of the demand, and you have your idea of the potential of your sustainability. But then the question is, what kind of instrument can I have access to? And so what I've done here is just to list a lot of them, and I encourage you to understand deeply into how can I structure them? Grant may be able to help you manage to cover for first loss, But again, you can't build a business purely on grants. However, there may be an opportunity for small companies to aggregate together and be able to have access to senior concessional loans. And where that is not possible, there are also guarantees that are provided, not for you, they could be provided for the clients, in this case, the government that you're dealing with, if you are dealing with government, and which provides, a risk mitigation on your side. So there are a number of things. I won't go deep into that. It's very important, and we'll always encourage our ESCOs to understand the different names and labels that we call money. So this is something that is very important, and I imagine that we will come back to this. But within the bank as well, we've been able to create a number of facilities. And these facilities are there, and they are very accessible to many of you that are connected today. And they are there. And some of you may actually be aware of them. And they are there to help you, either take off in terms of the upfront investment that is needed, or they may be available to help you expand the business beyond the current state. So the first one is the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA. And I'm going to encourage you, please, after this, if you want to know more, you can reach out to us. But if not, please go to our bank's website to understand the access modalities for some of these, should you be interested. So SEFA basically provides a catalytic finance to unlock private sector investment. So it can be provided to the government, but it can also be provided to private entities. And basically, the idea is that you want to provide, it could be a risk-sharing facility to be able to crowd in private sector investment. Those are invest facility finance targeted at removing the barriers, the market barriers that could be there to improve the return and that. So in 2020, I'm growing, and I want to encourage you guys getting a number of donors to be part of it. And last year alone, we had $54 million worth of approvals in SEFA, and some of them have been from this region as well. Continuing, is the small renewable energy projects may face some initial development of, so it could be the cost of licensing, it could be the cost of getting a working capital, it could be the cost of, IT studies, probably due to the remoteness of the whatever it is, they need a bit of, and SEFA costs most times are grant resources. So that grant resources may be to help you in financial modeling overall. That grant may help make the project to give a high return, profitable or commercially viable. And we are currently supporting development of 8 small renewable energies, capacity ranging from anything between 1 to 10 megawatts. So you don't have to be a scale project. I mean, even a 1 megawatt renewable energy project, it's possibly acceptable on that SEFA. The idea is you want to take it to bankability, and you want to make sure that whatever barriers that may be there are taken away. So in Kenya right now, we just provided 1 million grant to create a super ESCO, just basically to look at development, to develop efficiency projects in public spaces. So you're thinking of schools, you're thinking of hospitals, you're thinking of some, state corporations, and this is possible as well. Another one, which is very much private sector driven, is called Facility for Energy Inclusion, and it's basically also managing, it's similar to SEFA, but in this case, this is more of a debt, and it's financing. It's supposed to support local energy companies in some of the challenges that they may face. I mean, we're talking of a debt with concessional terms as low as $250,000 up to $25 million. The fund size is about $400 million, Well, the good thing about this is it's managed by a third party, so you don't go through the lengthy bureaucratic processes of a typical bank like ours. So you deal with a private sector, and you can have small-scale renewable energy of anything between 1 to 25 megawatts. And I think this is very important because you can have it for both the on-grid, but also if you're looking at off-grid energy assets as well, both managed by Lions Capital Limited, and we have the off-grid energy assets for $100 million as well. So I think these are some of the examples that we have. Again, I want to emphasize that when I say let's appreciate the power of the Nexus, it's largely because of the fact that it helps us to expand the frontiers of opportunity. So you're not just looking at energy for energy. So if the resources are in the water sector, even if your project is energy, if it's energy for water, you have an access, you have an opportunity to knock on that door of a water finance facility or a food facility to be able to do that project. And that, for me, may be one of the biggest things we need to look at. So let's also expand it to consider that now we are going beyond food and water, we're including climate change. And one thing that you keep hearing a lot is, it's a lot about the push for climate finance flows to Africa. And I'll be honest with you, the best thing the climate finance does is basically to make concessionality available so that the cost of capital is significantly reduced in order to make the project viable, commercially viable for the investor, but also ultimately as well, the cost of energy is reduced even for the end user. And basically this slide tells you about what happens if you are able to blend. So AFDB resources, I've just told you about either CEFA or FEI, the Financial for Energy Inclusion Facility. So if you're able to blend that to even climate finance, and I'm going to give you an example, this is what happens. So normal interest rates for AFDB will be anything between 0 to 6% on the dollar, depending on the risk profile of the business, depending on the risk profile of the operating environment in the country. Now, if you blend that, the normal interest rate for a climate finance will be 0 to 3%. So by the time you're blending that together, you'll be having something close to below the market rate. And I'll be honest with you, we are financed when, in some cases where we blended both AFDB resources and climate finance resources for a solar project in Kenya, we're talking of 1% on the dollar for a tenure of 15 years. It's the same as a loan seniority, the seniority of the loan. AFDB, we usually do a senior loan. So a senior loan basically means in the case of bankruptcy, AFDB will be the first to be paid. Now, seniority, in terms of seniority for climate finance, it's a junior loan. So that means, they don't have to be the first to be paid. Obviously, it doesn't mean they are not going to get paid at all. So they won't push hard on that. It's the same as tenor. AFDB will ask you anything between 0 to 15 years. With climate finance, it's anything between 0 to 20 years. The grace period as well. So this is very important. And again, I'm going to encourage you, understand the language of money, and it becomes easier because you can play with this. If you talk to your CFOs in your energy companies, the more they understand this, the more they can play with this to understand, to appreciate and embrace opportunities for concessionality. This is very important. So when you put all of this together, we find ourselves in cases where we're doing solar projects for 1 to 2% dollar over a 17-year period. Now, for our energy company, that is a very good deal. You definitely cannot get that from a commercial financial institution. And so this is basically what happens. But again, remember, the overarching framework is that we have an ability to link energy to other sectors as well. I'll give you an example. Right now, we're working with Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. So we can either do this, usually what I've explained, we can either do this directly with a company or we can do it through an intermediary, like a commercial bank. And yet I would say that's expected to be way cheaper than the normal situation. So we have a Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. You're having a facility to finance renewable energy off-grid solutions. It's about $138 million. So AFDB senior loan is $80 million. We are having $38 million from the EU as a guarantee to cover the payment default risk, should there be risk in that. And then we're blending this together with concessional senior loan from the Clean Technology Fund of the Climate Investment Fund. The CTF is under the CIF with $20 million. By the time you blend all of this together, it's coming to, the cheapest you can imagine the market for the commercial bank. Then when we encourage the commercial bank to do the on-lending to small ESCOs as well, we make sure that the lending rate is still within what is acceptable. So basically, and obviously, we must link that to a number of development outcomes, and as it links to emission reduction, gender mainstreaming, increased access, overall cost reductions of electricity, and the likes. So we could have started by asking ourselves, why do we need financing for ESCOs? A number of things. But I think instead of asking the questions, I'd rather provided the answers. But we recognize that indeed there are projects and transaction costs that may be high, but also when we understand the business model of many financial lenders, particularly the development finance institutions, we are able to make this business commercially viable and also profitable for private investment. And also, in some cases, the small sizes could have been a negative thing in that it makes lending difficult, but we're able to solve that problem by creating intermediaries who are able to look into that. And in every of our operations, we impute an element of capacity development, skills, knowledge, and information sharing. And basically what this conference is about is really looking into that. We're sharing technical skills, we're also understanding areas of partnership. I want to end by saying we need to, sustainability is very important, particularly financial sustainability. And I always say this, partnership is very important. Even though we may be private players, ESCOs on the ground, we must understand that we have a role to play with the government, in creating the enabling environment. If that enabling environment is going to be for us as an incentive for us, then we must be part of creating it. And oftentimes, the private entities tend to leave those policy issues to the government, but yet we become, casualties of the inadequacies or inefficiencies. So it's very important to change that. Now, as a bank, we have a convening power of bringing together sector stakeholders to discuss any strategic intervention that may be very critical for the success of ESCOs in the region. Beyond dealing with the bank, there are a number of also different layers of development partners, whether regional development banks or bilateral donors, as well as investors as well, whether local investors or international investors, to be able to understand what are the concessional, what are the incentives that we need to be able to make risk of it, to mitigate risk, but also to create the incentives for accessing concessional financing. And ultimately, these are things that are very important. And I'm hoping that in this conversation, in this conference, you are able to maximize on this level of conversation and bring us some important results. I want to keep it here for now, but thank you very much. Over to you.
I think he deserves a bigger hand clap. Thank you very much, Dr. Somorin Alufunso, for that presentation. At this moment, I'll request for questions. I open the floor for any questions. Do we have any questions?
I open the floor for questions.
Any questions? Can someone please help me take the microphone to her?
Hello. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for the wonderful presentation and alerting us of the available resources that money is not a problem. So my question goes to which banks are you working with in Uganda or planning to work with? I work with the Creator Solar Uganda, and we have very many clients, but the challenge that we are facing, like you mentioned, resources are not enough. They don't have all the capital to invest at once. So would like to know which banks are you working with in Uganda or are planning to work with? My name is Karunji.
two answers. First, have what I did that I gave for Ethiopia. We are expanding that across the region. So we're trying to explore partnership with other commercial lenders that are able to do something similar. Now, it comes at some very strict conditions that, we don't want the commercial banks to take the money from us at an extremely low cost and then decide not to do this on lending to small scale businesses like yours that need it. So there are some very strict covenants that must be followed. Having said that, in Uganda, we actually did a lending of $30 million to Uganda Development Bank. And it was targeted at doing an on-lending for renewable energy, companies like yours in the food sector, in the manufacturing, in the agriculture, as well as in the water sector as well. And I think from what we heard, it's been going pretty well. There may not have been a huge communication around it that would have provided information to you or to any of your colleagues that such a facility is possible with Ugandan Development Bank. But again, I think it's very important that we are able to do that, and we continue to encourage whether the Development Bank of Uganda or commercial banks. We've had conversation with Stanbic Bank in Uganda in the past to be able to develop a pipeline. So the starting point is we encourage these commercial banks to develop a pipeline. And then from there, they come to us and we're able to structure this kind of lending to them. Again, we haven't been very aggressive about it because sometimes some of these commercial institutions are not to live at our conditions, because you see, the moment you do the lending, except you have certain rules in place, the banks can decide to make a huge killing out of it in terms of lending to a few people, make a huge profit out of it, as opposed to doing what we asked them to do. So that's a bit of the gray area that we're trying to manage. But we look forward to solving that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I got you so well. I will request you. There is a challenge that when you give the money to the people that's supposed to give it to the people that need it, there is always an increase. It becomes much of a business than really reaching out to the 640 million Africans who don't have electricity. How is the African Development Bank dealing with that? Because it's much of money making than really helping out those that need it.
Okay, if I got you correctly, so we tend to deal with a lot of governments in having large-scale investment into the generation side. So we're very big on the generation side. So whether it's Bujugali in Uganda or the hydro between countries, and that's very important because we want to have that increase in install capacity. Now, at the same time, we also invest in the transmission, the transmission lines that you need to evacuate that. But we can also recognize the role that small-scale energy companies can play, especially in the off-grid sector. So what we also do is to be able to provide access, just based on access to capital, based on what I've explained. But we need to recognize that we can't do all of them. So we tend to bring other partners around the table in some cases, but in some cases as well, some of the private sector may not even need our money. All we have to do to them is to provide this guarantee, the risk guarantee, to tell them that in the event that the government that you're dealing with defaults on their contractual obligation, we may take that risk. And that's what we've been able to do in many countries across, because AFDB resources will never be enough to solve the problem. 645 million people. Think about that. Think about what's the population of Uganda now? Is it 35 or 38?
It's 48. 48.
Sorry?
Okay. 42.
42. So let's just use 40. So you're talking about 40 thereabout million people in Uganda. and think about how many Ugandans will you be talking about? We in 645 million people. So that is basically the challenge that we're talking about. AFDB cannot do everything. Our job is to provide the space to crowd in investment, both at the higher level, but also at the downstream level as well. Dealing with the commercial banks, it's not very easy. And I'm very respectful of commercial banks that might be present in the audience. But you see, they're driven by profit, and which is rightly so. But again, we have a role in bringing them into the conversation to see the value addition of having a society where tax is on the increase, the energy cost is on the decrease. It's very important that we have increased access and reduce costs, because overall it can be an enabler or impressed, please, I'm happy to take this laterally with you. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Any other questions before we go to the online questions? Or would you like to take the online questions right now?
Yes, I can read out the online questions.
Okay, please go ahead.
We have a question from Emmanuel, and he's asking, how best can this funding be put to better use? Wilson, and he's saying, given the mismatch in communication between project initiators and funders, are there opportunities for trainings to narrow the gap? So that's the other question that's online, and Mr. Somorin can take those.
Can you use it to attract more funding? So even if you're getting a grant of $1 million, don't consider that to be the total project cost. Can you use that grant and crowding resources from other sources, probably pension fund, commercial bank, or even contributions from individual investors, and you can also consider using different instruments. Is a grant resource good for equity investment, or should that be considered as a collateral for loan, for accessing debt finance? So that is where I encourage private companies to put a lot of thought into designing their financial model. Every resource available should be catalytic. It should be able to be used to attract more resources. Second is this mismatch we're talking about. I think it's very important as well. So again, let me give you an example. Think about a concept word called bankability. And it's very funny because the same word will mean different things to different people. So for you as a project developer, bankability may mean that there is a proof of concept. It works. I've tried it. It works here, or they've tried it in South Africa. It can work in Kenya, or it can work in Uganda. And that makes you believe it's bankable. Now, for an investor, a financial person, bankability will mean, do you have a financial basis? They've no number back it up. Have you deployed it? Have you generated a financial information about how actually it happens? So the same two people may be using the word bankable, but the interpretation to both of them may be different. And so what we tend to do is we need to invest in, capability development on both sides, because some investors as well need to understand that, listen, the fact that you have your financial model in San Francisco does not mean that's exactly what you must look for and find in Uganda. You must understand the context. You must understand business development in the Uganda or the Kenya context. At the same time as well, for the project developers, we are also able to help them understand that now, if it works, it's not enough to say it works. Have you been able to generate the financial data in terms of deployment, in terms of the cost, in terms of the returns on it, and all of that? These jargons that these guys on the investment side, they tend to speak, you must understand them. So that is where the trainings are. We need to train both, sides of the high to understand the demand side, but also to understand this. I'm hoping that conversation can happen during this conference. But again, as the African Development Bank, that is something we're interested in, and hopefully we're partnering with organizers to see how we can deepen that kind of training for anyone interested. Thank you.
Very much. Do we have any other questions?
Yes, we have two last questions.
Okay.
What is the Africa electricity demand and supply? That's a question from Cynthia Awar. And there's also a question from Andrew Amadi, and he's saying, Dr. Samarin, can catalytic funds be used for market data development and modeling to create virtual and integrated systems driving the demand for productive use of energy? Aggregation can be done through integration that matches demand and supply. Is this something that can be supported and save the time taken to evaluate each individual and typically small projects into bankable projects through systematic aggregation?
Well, thank you for those questions. So let me start with the second one. And please, I'm a big advocate for aggregation. And it's very important to understand that even though sometimes we say small is beautiful, we must also understand that even small, sometimes they have a higher transaction cost. And so investors, the transaction cost for the project, same for a $20 million project, sometimes for them. It's the same for us as a bank when it comes to project development. So, and the moment there is an opportunity to aggregate small projects into one or a few with clear demand and supply, we may really be benefiting a lot from cost savings, but also we may be benefiting on market expansion. So it's very important. And I think as a bank and for most of the facilities that we have, we encourage aggregation. And I like what it says, systematic aggregation. I think it's very important because then instead of doing the market development for individual, you can actually aggregate them in a small space, in a small sector or an industry, and be able to take that forward. So yes, catalytic funds can be for that. The CEFA fund is very big on, CEFA gives about $1 million grant. And if you're doing $1 million grant for up to 25 megawatts, which is as a result of aggregation of small pieces, then you have a chance of success much more than 5 different demands coming from the same space that you could have aggregated together. And again, it's also beyond coming to AFDB to have that kind of grant, even from investor, because then your ability to scale up is much enhanced on much more. But disagree the system. The second question is about what is the electricity market demand and supply. Now, I don't have the exact figure. The demand is, I told you, we have a coverage of 40%. So there's a demand of 60% of about 1.2 billion people, 1.2 billion people. So it's a huge demand. The supply is not anywhere near that. And the distance, the gulf between that demand and the supply is where the opportunities are. And I think that's why ESCOs are in business. That's why ESCOs will always remain in business. And that's why ESCOs are part of our long-term energy solutions in Africa. Thank you.
So let's keep the energy up, right? And the theme for this year's World Energy Day is energy sustainability in Africa, specifically unlocking the food sustainability, climate change, and the water equation. I would like to remind us all to please observe the SOPs. It does not mean, however, that COVID is gone. Let's be cognizant of that fact and observe the SOPs. Thank you, the online community, for sending through your questions. I can see you're very active. Please don't let the online community be more active than you. Is that right? That's why I was trying to push some energy into our presence here. So are you ready for an exciting, engaging, and beautiful learning experience? Yes. Are you all ready? Yes. Is the energy there? Oh, I have a problem. Is the MC the problem? Are you sure? Okay. Let me make an announcement before I invite our next moderator. The World Energy Day Conference attracts 18 CPD points for members of the Engineers Board of Kenya. However, participants have to attend 80% of the conference. That's the end of the announcement. Our next moderator for the panel discussion is Liz Nyukuri. Liz Nyukuri is an energy engineer with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Moi University in Kenya. Liz currently works at Innovators Limited Kenya as an energy engineer. Liz possesses abundant experience in energy management, solar design, energy audits, and a constant willingness to learn afresh. These skills have enabled her to achieve great professional strides, including being part of more than 10 investment-grade audits, and has grown to a great moderator and a passionate speaker in the field of energy. Please put your hands together and welcome Liz.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's the first time I'm being introduced, so it's interesting to hear your bio up loud. Thank you for that. And yes, we are now down to another exciting session. We have 2 speakers, and then we'll have a panel discussion. So to our online team, feel free to use the chat as you have been doing to remain engaged. The next session shall focus on innovation around the energy space and also the renewable space. What disruptions can there be around innovation? And we have 2 great speakers who are here physically with us. Without further ado, let me just go straight ahead to the first speaker and the first topic. The topic is around disruption in the energy sector, energy innovation and technological advancement. And we have the perfect speaker for this. He was our winner last year for Innovator of the Year in the inaugural Energy Professional Awards 2020. He has over 7 years experience in the renewable energy space with a focus on solar. He has a background in civil and environmental engineering and further studies abroad in business administration and training. He is the melting pot for both innovation and business, since he's also an entrepreneur. And he has channeled this into Innovex Uganda, where he is the CEO and founder. And Innovex is a startup that focuses on bringing the transformation around innovation and technologies that will transform the distribution of off-grid energy systems with the use of Internet of Things. He is here with us. Help me welcome Douglas Baguma.
Thank you, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. Once again, good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Douglas Baguma, and I lead the team at Innovex, which has a very interesting story, both for the founders and the people working there, but also an interesting story for the energy industry in Africa. Briefly, Innovex set out to transform how the distribution of off-grid energy happens in Africa. It's a Ugandan company started by myself and a few other friends. And our story is we saw quite a lot of problems happening in the off-grid energy space. And us, as having a background in engineering, we set out to provide solutions made in Africa and for the African continent. So it was a pleasure to be invited to talk about the disruptions happening in the energy sector. specifically speaking to innovation and technology. But first, I'll try to build a context around this. So when we talk about energy, I know what usually comes to mind. The first thing that comes to mind is electricity. But energy has, a lot of other facets. And when you look at the global use of energy, it's actually dominated not just by electricity, but also other areas that contribute to energy needs. So first, when you look at electricity, industry is rated as one of the biggest consumption of electricity. So when you talk about industry, this is, you'd think about manufacturing. And in manufacturing, the biggest consumer of electricity is actually manufacture of steel. So steel, aluminum, paper. So this is where most of the world's electricity actually goes. Transportation. Transportation is not necessarily electricity. It is other sources as well, such as petroleum. Residential. So residential, this could be for heating. It could be gas. Non-residential and building materials. Those are other facets of energy use. So another interesting fact, when I was doing some research, it was interesting to find out where this energy actually comes from. I know it's mind-boggling, but we are still heavily reliant on oil. So this is world over. 33% of our energy needs are actually met from oil today. And when you look at what's happening, especially for the developing nations, an average of about 40% of that total energy needs are actually met by petroleum. So think about that. And when I show you this other interesting fact, so this is now down to sub-Saharan Africa. Interestingly, in sub-Saharan Africa, where we get most of our energy is actually from solid biomass. So solid biomass has nothing to do with electricity. So what does this tell us? So this simply means that in sub-Saharan Africa, we do more of cooking, eating, than actual production. So this is a very good build-up, to my topic of disruptions. So all disruptions that are actually happening today are not trying to get us, to the 33% of our energy needs being met by oil. We are trying to take another path, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Just as Dr. Somorin said, today the FDB, 95% of the investments actually go into renewables for this specific reason. The world is trying to move away from oil, and it's trying to move to cleaner and greener sources of energy. So this is where most of the disruptions are happening. Another interesting fact, the fact that we're doing more of cooking and eating than production. So when you look at this chart, it will tell you that Africa is home to 99% of the world's population without access to electricity. So this is close to 500 plus million people. So it's a really disturbing fact. And moving on to the disruptions happening, to catch up on the gap, to reduce the gap between those who have and those who don't have access to energy, the kind of things that are happening that maybe I'll speak to. One is reduction in costs of renewables, ICT and digitalization, energy efficiency, local manufacturing, and finance. It's interesting, but in 2004, that's just about 16 years ago, the cost of solar was about $4 per kilowatt per watt. But today, 16 years later, this is down to 20 cents, just 20 cents. And just around last year, it actually became very competitive to use solar as compared to using coal to access electricity. Last I checked, the cost of a solar panel per watt is just about 0.5 of a dollar. In fact, at our office, Innovex, we are thinking of having solar panels, solar rooftop, so that we reduce, our daily bills each and every single day. So the prices are going down, and this is a huge opportunity, and it's one of the hugest disruptions in renewables. When you look at wind, today, just one wind turbine can produce up to 16 megawatts of electricity. This is enough to power close to 10,000 homes for a whole year. And in energy storage, 10 years ago, it was very financially unsustainable to store energy in batteries. But today, one of the things that is driving transitions such as electric cars is the fact that it's actually becoming very competitive as lithium-ion batteries are becoming common. And in the context of Africa, we have what we call deep cycle batteries. So deep cycle simply means if you were to use up a battery, before you are recommended to use only about 60%. But today, we have batteries that you can actually use up to about 10 to 20% of their capacity, and they'll still keep working. If you want to imagine how much of a disruption this is, just an hour of lighting for probably a school. In Uganda, we have only about 20% Ugandans having access to electricity. In fact, if you're visiting from Kenya and you take a trip just 30 kilometers outside Kampala, you'll see how devastating the situation is. So very many students, school-going students, cannot read at night simply because they don't have electricity. So a small percentage that is added to storage for them to have extra time to read at night makes a very huge difference. It means for them, they have extra hours to read. And for other institutions such as hospitals, this simply means they have extra hours maybe to operate on that one patient. The other area I could look at is ICT and digitalization. So this is one of the specialities of Innovex. We build IoT systems and tools for companies, for solar companies, to apply in operation and maintenance of their systems. Something as simple as mobile money that was started in Kenya. It has opened up very many opportunities for people who didn't have electricity before. So today, at the comfort of in your village, you will not need to look for the nearest bank, which is probably about tens of kilometers away, or come to Kampala to purchase a system. Mobile money has made it possible for people in some of these hard-to-reach areas pay for some of these services. Digital tools. Today, there are very many CRM tools that have been built to help companies reduce the cost of the operation. And as computers proliferate into every industry, I think it's been a long time coming for the electricity industry. But today, we're talking about AI, we're talking about data analytics, and all these are going to benefit the consumer, as well as benefit the solar company or the energy company that is distributing this energy. Energy efficiency. So like in my introduction, I mentioned that energy is not just about electricity. And as Africa, we actually cook more than we produce. We cook more than we power machines. So today, there's a lot that is happening in improving the efficiency of cook stoves. And it's actually one of the biggest energy markets in Uganda. Developing more efficient cook stoves that use much less charcoal. Some of them use briquettes. Some are using ethanol, but are far much more efficient than they were before. And there's a lot of investment that is also going into this space. So if you're looking at opportunity, please, it's not just distributing electricity. Africans cook a lot. Africans are cooking more than they produce. And there's a lot of investment in building much more efficient cook stoves. Still under energy efficiency, there's a lot of disruption in low energy consuming equipment and appliances. And as Innovex, we've actually participated in some of these programs that are driven by non-for-profits such as CLASP. They are accelerating transition to low energy equipment, an example of which are fridges. So it's interesting, but last year when I was buying my new fridge, quite a sizable fridge, about 100 liters, I was shocked to find out that it consumes as much power as a laptop. That's 100 watts. You can imagine a fridge, just 100 watts. And when you talk about other appliances such as TVs, these days you can buy a TV that is consuming about 6 watts. 6 watts is what probably this bulb is doing about 20 watts. So there are TVs that are consuming just 50% of what that bulb is consuming. And what's happening is a lot of the appliances are actually moving from being powered by AC power to being powered by DC power. Someone is trying to develop DC powered equipment for everything. In Kenya, we have a very good partner who is manufacturing a DC powered maize mill. So a maize mill that you can power from a battery. So there's a lot that is happening also in the area of energy efficiency. Number 4 is local manufacturing. Stoves. It's actually no longer profitable to import stoves in Uganda. It's no longer profitable to import stoves from China or from Asia to Africa, simply because it's very competitive to manufacture stoves locally. Batteries. One of the motivations for very many businesses to start local manufacturing of batteries is the fact that they are the most risky component of any energy system, risky and most expensive. Risky because very many batteries die, very many batteries are defective, and some die because they take longer on the shelf before they're taken to the market. So it's becoming very competitive to actually locally manufacture. I know for sure that Kenya is far ahead in manufacturing batteries. Uganda, we also have a number of players that are coming into the space. Definitely car batteries, those are already being made on the continent. Solar batteries, there are also very competitive solar batteries on the market that are being made on the continent. Interestingly, it was impossible to imagine that electronics, so electronics, these are circuits that are used in equipment or circuits used in energy producing equipment. It was impossible to imagine that such an initiative was impossible on the continent. It was possible on the continent. But today, we have a number of players who have come out to start manufacturing electronic components. So from inverters for solar electricity to charge controllers for solar, and I'm proud to say to meters for solar, which we as Innovex manufacture in Uganda. This is a huge disruption because usually when you speak to solar companies and they're complaining about access to finance, the biggest reason is because they need, working capital to stock products for their business. And it's, very hard for banks, sometimes complicated for banks, to get involved in transactions if, a player is across the border. If shipping is going to take 6 months, imagine a bank giving you grace period of 6 months before you receive your stock so that you can start making their money back. It's one of the key problems in financing in the energy sector, the fact that everything has to be imported. So local manufacturing is a different game altogether because it opens new opportunities in finance, it opens new opportunities in job creation. Very many companies will move away from being upstream consumers in distribution to actually creating more value, creating jobs. And there's a lot of research that is being done in this area of local manufacturing. Most of them have been grant funded, trying to understand the financial viability of actually manufacturing these products on the continent. And I think batteries are already a success story, and electronics we're yet to see. But I must tell you, it's also happening already. Finally, is financing the transition or the transformation. This is also one of the other miracles that has happened in the energy space in the last 10 years. The discovery of models such as pay-as-you-go. What this means for a low-income household is that at the same price that you are buying kerosene on a daily basis, you can actually buy either a solar light or pay for a TV or pay for a fridge at the same competitive cost that you are spending paying for petroleum products. So this has accelerated access to energy across very many markets. And interestingly, this is mostly common in the East African market. It's a bit new in West Africa. It's something that is just starting to come up. And the other reason could be because mobile money is only also still common in the East African markets and only coming up in West Africa. Pay-per-use is also another interesting model. So pay-per-use means if you want to buy a piece of equipment, you actually don't pay the whole price, the full price. You simply pay whenever you need to use it. If it's a maize mill, you only pay whenever you mill, and you pay for how much you've milled. So this is also a very interesting concept, not yet developed, still under research, but it has the potential to drastically transform access to productive use energy for very many Africans. Carbon credits, I think the biggest winners for carbon credits has been cook stoves. Today, it's one of the key drivers for production of cook stoves. You actually get paid more claiming carbon credits on cook stoves than the actual cost of the cook stove. It's still new in other sectors of energy, but for cook stoves, it's a well-developed concept that if you're using an energy-efficient cook stove that is verified and certified, you actually claim carbon credits for this. Another interesting model that is being tested, the World Bank has actually set up a few pilots in Southern Africa, Zambia, and they're trying to test energy as a service. So energy as a service is an interesting model for very many energy providers. The problem it's trying to fix is before, very many energy providers on these huge donor-funded projects in hospitals, schools, after the installation of a solar system, that was the last time that this institution heard from them. So very many of these systems failed within a few months of installation, and no one ever got to know. The person that installed the system never got to know. The person that invested or the person that paid for the system that could have been a donor also didn't know that this system was not being used or it failed. And sometimes it's for simple reasons such as maintenance. So what the World Bank is testing is, can we, instead of paying upfront for these systems, pay for the service that these energy providers will provide to these institutions? So this will also drastically transform how we see energy today, especially for distributed energy, off-grid energy. Instead of seeing it as a product, we probably could start seeing it as a service. With that, I've come to the end of my short presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Douglas, for that presentation. We will have a panel discussion right after this, after the next speaker. So for those who have questions, you can put them on the chat for the online community. For those who are here, feel free to include your questions during the engagement, during that panel discussion. We have been told we love to eat. We have been told we are eating more than we are producing. He has mentioned that the low cost of renewables, ICT, energy efficiency, local manufacturing, and energy financing is the next disruptions within the energy space. So thank you. Thank you so much, Douglas, for that presentation. We now move on to our next speaker, and he is here with us. Our second speaker is also here physically. His name is Troy Barry. He is the Chief Technical Officer for AREA Finergy. And I think I'd like to pause here and mention that AREA is one of our sponsors and our partners. They have been a partner in 2020. They're also a partner this year. They are a financing and engineering firm that develops and builds renewable energy projects and power stabilization projects with over 20 solar PV projects in Kenya and in the region. And a little about Troy is that he is an energy storage and renewable energy specialist with over 10 years in the industry providing solutions to commercial and industrial clients. And he's here with us. He's going to talk about technology innovation and disruption for the renewable energy. So put your hands together for Troy Barry. Welcome.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Liz, for the great introduction, and Martin for figuring out the screen. I wouldn't have been able to do that myself. It's a real pleasure to be here today, everyone. It's also, it's actually great to be, take a lot of pride in being able to represent my company. Everyone at AREA back home in Nairobi is sitting around the screen, eating some popcorn, watching everything. And I was lucky enough to be here. So that's great. So hi, everyone back home. This is also great. I was able to speak last year's World Energy Day, so I'm making a lot of friends within the Kenyan group that came across, and looking forward to meet the Ugandan colleagues as well. Two great presentations before that lead into mine. So it's good to hear from the good Dr. Olufonso and then Douglas. It's interesting, you give two entrepreneurs the same question, and they run in different directions, but I think we're going to actually cover the scope pretty well. So that was a great intro into what I'm going to talk about today. So how do we go next screen here? Click. Yeah. Okay. So really quickly about me, I'm a Canadian engineer. I've been in Nairobi for 4 years. Before this, I was in product development. What I really like about product development is it is innovation with deadlines instead of R&D, which is more of an open innovation. At product development, you have to hit performance targets, cost targets, reliability targets, so you're really forced to think in ways about how to handle trade-offs from one area of engineering to the other. And then through that opportunity, I was really lucky to lead a team, and we did projects all over the world, and that's what got me interested into doing project integration, and specifically project integration in Africa, where there are some very interesting energy challenges that we will get into. Really quickly on our company, AREA Finergy, we focus on commercial industrial. So Douglas led us in about how in Africa there's a lot of energy use on cooking and personal use. We want to focus through development on building up of industry and commercial uses so that that energy transitions. A lot of our clients, flower farms have over 100 staff, tea factories have thousands of staff, and they purchase tea from up to 16,000 small holder farmers. So that type of impact in increasing people's income and consumption, to me, through industry, is one of the ways to really prosper the nations here. And then, again, I mentioned the team earlier. We have an amazing team, 20 people. It's been a really fun journey. We wouldn't have been anywhere without them. And we've been able to deploy, or in construction, 29 projects here in East Africa. We do have our first in Kampala coming up, starting within the next 2 weeks. I'll just go over this really briefly. So tech innovation and disruption, I put up some definitions around innovation and disruption. You can read those. One of the graph here is a controller project that we are building ourselves. We're making our own energy management controller. You can see in this graph we have green is the load, and the sun is coming up from the early morning, and we are displacing the grid feed, which is the red. You see that dropped to almost zero. A few clouds in the afternoon. Diesel genset turns on, showing some of the power problems. But this is one of the works that we're doing around innovation is developing our own controller. And okay, so what are disruptions? Historically, we all know these ones. These are big disruptions that have changed the world. Within renewable energy, up to now, I think it's actually quite enviable where Kenya's at and where a lot of African countries are at with their renewable energy mix. There's some big hydro projects, geothermal. I'm including solar. Solar's growing, and there's also wind. But this type of energy mix, which is the pie chart here, this is for Kenya, and we have 27% fossil fuels. So Douglas showed for the rest of the world is 83% fossil fuel. So this was a disruption that came in and happened. A lot of countries, West Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia now, Kenya, Uganda, they have these large hydro plants. That has allowed very clean energy to be produced on the continent. It's enviable. I think the rest of the world has to catch up in that aspect. But what's next? So now I'm considering that these things have happened. We can add pay-as-you-go for energy access as well to this. These are things that are happened. What's an energy transition that will happen next? And if you think about innovation, you want to be able to say, what are we lacking? What are the pain points? Because innovation shouldn't be just research and let's find some technical solutions. It has to start with technical problems. And then also, one of the ways we can look at it is what tech disruptions are happening elsewhere. A lot of times Africa can lead, but there's also a lot of times where technology is happening outside in the world, and we want to bring it here. So how am I going to get through this? These 3 questions at the bottom in green, I'm going to go through them individually moving forward. So I'm skipping the what's next because I said we want to get to the pain points first. So innovation has to look at where people are hurting. And what we see, there's actually many different challenges across the continent, very big continent. Almost as a whole, though, utilities are struggling. They're not delivering. They're not giving the nations really what they need. There's some different problems. Some regions have cheap energy, but poor power. Some places have expensive energy and okay power. I put Kenya in that category. I think Uganda is there from within the cities. Rural segments is a bit different. And going to Dr. Olafonso's presentation, there's what's really hard for utilities is they have a focus on different market segments. So providing power to an industry that needs a lot of energy, a lot of power in a single place is difficult. And also providing power to rural households, 640 million people so far. But each of those connections, every house costs $1,000 to connect to. So who's paying for that right now? The people that are paying for that are the industries, the middle class. This is why our energy is so high. So last World Energy Day, I spoke about how there was a number of companies that exist, Power Gens, the MCOPAs, these are the pay-as-you-go models. I spoke about how you know, a little bit, actually those companies are speaking about this all the time, but accessing those rural households needs to come with subsidies. Those companies have profitable models, and they're trying to encourage utilities to focus on allowing them to prosper. What I want to focus on this time is looking at industry and saying we want industry's energy prices to go down because we want to use more machines than cooking. And then this last one, demand challenges. So we have a lot of energy. Kenya has a lot of energy that is surplus. Uganda will soon. I think the hydro dam's coming on. But it's a question of demand. It's the when. So everyone comes home from work. People turn equipment on. A lot of industry is still running. Huge demand spikes. This is when we have to call the independent power producers, the fossil fuel guys, and we tell them to turn on, and we pay them a lot of money to do so. Let's look at tech disruptions happening elsewhere. So where we're heading, you know, what's on the horizon, there's something called a death spiral. And that's as energy prices go up and up and the power quality goes down and down, more companies say, I'm out of here, I'm getting off of this, I'm going solar, I'm disconnecting completely. And that means there's less consumers paying for energy, and the remaining consumers have to pay that much more because the fixed costs of putting power out to everybody stay the same. So more and more companies are going to hop off the grid. There's an opportunity here for electric mobility, and I think electric mobility is one of those very few and rare Bitcoin moments where everybody's kind of looking at it being like, is this going to go? When's this going to go? Should I invest? Should I do this? I think it's something that if companies don't do soon, they may miss out on. I think Nairobi has 12 electric vehicle companies. A few people in this room represent some of them. It's really exciting. And then this around data aggregation. So policies, and UNRIA is also a sponsor. They're great for this, also manufacturing associations. But the rest of the world has energy wheeling policies where I can sell to you power. I can make power and sell it to you, and I can use the transmission lines. This allows business to prosper. Businesses can say, I need a certain amount of energy to succeed. I want that to be stable. I'm going to sign a contract. That energy is going to come to me. Time of use rates, TOU. This is around the demand. If you want to discourage demand at evening, you can make the price higher. So an industry may choose to offset. This ties into electric mobility. I think this will be really important. What's going to happen now is people are going to drive their car, their motorbike home, they're going to plug it in. That's immediately when the demand is already there. We want some incentive to say, plug it in, but have a controller that starts charging at 2 in the morning when we have a surplus of energy. These are interesting things to think about. Net metering, not yet in Kenya. Do we have net metering here in Uganda? No. Too bad. Virtual power plants, I'm going to get to that on the next slide. Let's go there. So I'm going to skip over new techs. Let's address it. New technology is always possible. I think there's a little bit too much focus on things that are new. I like policy. I like bringing in things that exist, but new techs are always game changers. Lately, we see a lot of new tech is actually not a piece of hardware. It's firmware and software, and everyone's well versed in how that can upend our lives really quickly. So virtual power plant, this is next metering to the next level, net metering to the next level. So the price of power is not always the same. What is it? A really good example is an American company called Sunrun. Sunrun has sold 100 million batteries to 100 million people. So that customer who buys the battery, if there's a power outage, their lights stay on. They're very happy. They get that value-added service. They also get paid by Sunrun because Sunrun gets called by the utility and they say, we want 100 megawatts of power. Sunrun says, I have it. I have that distributed across 100 million households. So through data, through controls, they turn on Martin's house, Liz's house, my house. We're all producing power. We don't even know it, but we get paid. Am I running out of time? Oh. More audible. Okay, good, good. Slow down. Okay. Thank you. Good. So net metering is one thing, but a virtual power plant through net metering is quite interesting, and that is a policy that has to be brought in or enacted to be able to do this. Right now we can't do this. So we can have the smartest people in the nation putting together a controller, but it's not allowed to operate. So who are disruptors? And I think we represent a lot of different groups in the audience. Everyone fits into, maybe there's more categories in these 5. I'm a tech innovator, so I come to people and I say, I've invented Nini, or I'm here to sell this, and it's good for you because the consumer is the person I'm visiting. They're saying, price of power is too high, I need a solution. The quality of the power is not good enough, I need a solution. We mentioned the associations. They're very useful. I think both consumers and tech innovators can work with them along with energy auditors to suggest ideas, but these are slow changes, but they have the very high opportunity for impact. If you change this rule, everyone's going to be happy. Energy auditors are the field agents, right? So they're the ones that are going out and educating. This was a policy, at least in Kenya. There's a policy you have to do an energy audit. Energy auditors now are filling a role, which is education. They're also pointing out where people are wasting energy, coming up with very good solutions. And then there's government, and we've heard you. The new rule is this, so hopefully things work in that order. I'm going back to that slide from before. So I'm a tech innovator. I'm a disruptor. I don't have a lot of impact in this policy world. The rules are what the rules are. I can talk to you and RIA, give them advice. The government may listen to you and RIA, but I don't have a lot of impact there. Electric mobility is the Bitcoin moment. I can decide whether I want to take a risk and go into it or not. But really where Aria and myself are focusing on is, okay, we don't want the death spiral, and I think electric mobility will help prevent it. But we are providing solutions to consumers, and we are putting our innovation into making our solution better and better. This is how we're doing that. I mentioned the team of 20. We have engineers, design, maintenance. We have procurement, supply chain, finance, admin. Every single one of these people are devoting their entire lives to trying to keep up with the pace of prices dropping. There's a lot of competition, a lot of good companies offering solar. We want to stay up there, so we spend a lot of effort on that. Good speech about financing this morning. Financing AFDB usually does big projects. I think when it gets down to the commercial industrial level, there's also financing options. The ones that we like are the ones that lower the cost to our clients for them to borrow. Sunref is a good example. Sunref is available to any client. So it's not me that's applying for it, it's the client, and they've gone and said, I want to work with innovators or ARIA or somebody, Equator, and say, hey, we want to go with this person, we're coming to you for the money. They say, okay, we have it, you have to check these balances, check these checklists, here's your money. And better data, better service. So this is just ways of us making ourselves better. I mentioned the controller earlier. We want to be the best company at noticing when our systems are underperforming and the fastest at responding to them. That's service. Data is going to help us do that. New tech advancements. This has been a lot of changes here. This is really big. Good intro about batteries from Douglas. Controllers to me have come a long way, even within the last 2 years, as far as genset integration and data access, performance analytics. New hybrid inverters where the solar and the batteries connect to the same device, and then the panels have like doubled in power. And that just means you get more power per space. Prices go down. Now the other one, that's the last one, is around these higher renewable fraction. This is going to help companies have a larger, reduce their energy consumption from the expensive grid. These are all 3 different types of storage. Hydrogen market is coming, I think, 2030. I don't know if there's any policy yet. That's why I wrote do it yourself. You could still create a bunch of hydrogen and sell it to people. That's coming. Prices have to come down for that as well. Pump storage is something anyone with vertical height on their farm or large area could do storage themselves. But how are you going to get from, typically our solar companies are from 25% to 43%. We have one at 50, but it's a university that runs in the day. So 25 to 50% solar. That's the highest you can get unless you have storage. And these are 3 ways batteries will be there. Note at the bottom, whenever possible, we talk to associations and government. Just going into innovation, this is a more general, this is my second last slide. This is a more general list of questions. I really want to make sure that innovators think about how is their applications useful to the end client. Before you put a whole bunch of money and time into something, let's make sure that someone's going to pay for it. Is it going to, how are you going to deliver it at a low cost? Is the market large enough? Is this scalable? So you could invent a pay-as-you-go electric mobility model. You could run that company with 7 people and a whole bunch of outsourced enterprise. That is very scalable. You could, that's why I say Bitcoin moment. Solar projects is we're a bit of an infrastructure company. So if we have 3 projects, we need 5 people. If we have 10 projects, we need 5. If we have 20 projects, we need 10. So we have to grow. It's a little bit hard to be scalable in that sense because you're working with hardware. You actually have to go out to solve problems. Presentation takeaways. So utilities are going to be pushed to innovate because this death spiral is happening. Associations with the other disruptors' input can help utilities. There's a lot of smart people that work for utilities as well, of course. They're slow moving, it's tough to enact change. And electric mobility is coming, so that could be their savior. Innovation needs to address real problems. These again are those problems: price, quality, reaching the rural consumer as well as the industry, and then the demand, but when power is created and when power is used. Now major disruptions can follow policy changes or a lack of policy changes. And I think that's what is happening around this death spiral. There's a lack of a policy, so people are saying, hey, I'm out of here, I'm leaving. And then the other way is with net metering time of use. If a simple policy change comes in, everyone in this room can be the first ones to jump on a new idea, bring innovation, bring in a company. So I sometimes think policy is you can give people money and say, here's $1 million, go put some renewable energy. That'll benefit those people that get to touch the $1 million first and second and third. But a simple change in policy can affect anyone here. That's really where entrepreneurs and innovators can showcase their talents. So thank you. Looking forward to the questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Troy, for that presentation. We now move on to the panel. We have a lot of questions online. We also have people here, so feel free to to raise up your hand in case you have a question. And Douglas started off saying that Innovex had an interesting story, and then he left us hanging and did not give us that story. So maybe you can use this time to just brush up on that. So as they set up, I'm very excited to be here. Someone mentioned yesterday that Kenyans say excited with a G and a Z, sorry, and that Ugandans say excited, and that they are the ones who are correct eloquently. So I am excited. I'm excited to be here. In the battle of eloquence, Ugandan has taken that off. Okay, great. So I'd like to invite back Douglas and Troy, and then we can have a quick discussion. Great. So thank you so much for the presentations you've had. I think, yes. So you're both experts in solar. And maybe you can just start off by each of you telling us which is the one misconception around solar and solar projects, on-grid or off-grid, that you'd like to demystify.
Biggest is well known to all of us, and I'm sure when we talk about using the sun for meeting, 100% of your energy needs. And when I talk about your energy needs and you think about what you've been doing from morning to now, probably you showered, you had a hot bath, you had some hot tea, you either drove here or someone drove you here. I mean, this equipment is powered by energy. So I think the biggest misconception about solar is that it's not sufficient. It cannot meet all those energy needs. Especially, there's a time I visited a close cousin, and we got into a discussion about, he was telling me how he had installed, a few panels on his roof, and he wanted to, mitigate the unreliable electricity. It ended up not working for him. And when I dug deeper, trying to understand, his buying process. How did he acquire the system? Was it the right design? Me having the technical know-how, I discovered, a number of wrongdoing on his end. First, the system wasn't the right size. Second, it was probably, he probably was sold defective components, because when I asked him about the supplier, the name was not, ringing in my head. So this has really created a huge misconception in Uganda that solar is not enough. Someone can't imagine that you can, use the sun to 100%, satisfy your energy needs. So I must say that that is one of the biggest misconceptions. Actually, today solar can meet 100%. But of course in different forms. For cooking, you probably look at concentrated solar. It's the most efficient way of using solar for cooking. Though these days, I talked about energy efficient appliances. There's a solar powered cooker which is still under R&D, DC cooker. Definitely give it a few years, it will be on the market. So solar today can basically meet 100% of our human energy needs. Of course, its shortfall is because it comes from the sun, and the sun is only around half of the day, sometimes only 6 hours a day, and that is what the world is trying to solve. But the good news is, solar panels today, the best is probably around 18% efficient, meaning it's converting only 18% of the energy from the sun into usable electricity. So imagine it gets to 25%. Imagine it gets to 30% or even 50% efficiency, which is happening by the day. This simply means that today it's at 18%, it's still competitive with petroleum, it's competitive with coal. So the future is only bright for solar, and we have to embrace it early enough so that we don't miss out on this fast mover advantage as Africa.
Thanks, Douglas, for going first. This is a kind of an interesting opinion, but I think the biggest misconception is that people can afford to wait before they do solar. And I think this is mostly from a commercial industrial point of view. it's not something like a light bulb. Like when a light bulb is broken or a machine is broken, people run off to the store and grab another one and fix it immediately. A lot of industries think they can get by without solar, but the truth is they're just waiting for their savings to come in. Either they do a finance model. Usually with finance models, you save a little bit until you pay it off. And once you pay it off, then you save a lot. I don't think customers should wait. We've talked to a lot of people where they're saving somewhere between $1,000 and their biggest was $8,000 a week. And they could take 4 weeks to negotiate with us to save $1,000. So don't wait. Go ahead and do it. There's risk with everything, but it's low risk because inverters, modules, they're modular themselves. If one of them fails, the rest of the system is still up and working. You can bypass the module. 1 inverter out of 8 doesn't work. You still have 7. And maybe around the houses too. You know, it's interesting. I've had a lot of people say, "Oh, my house one isn't working. How's this one going to work?" And when people put some in their house, it's personal money. They like to save money, and sometimes inferior components or installation methods are used. But yeah, industrial solutions with a good company, they're very low risk. Financing model makes sure that that company's there to sort out the maintenance as well.
Thank you so much, both of you, for responding to that. It's that consumers are misguided when they're buying components and the sizing, and also that we should not wait. We should really pick up the solar conversation and accelerate it. I understand we're a bit short on time, so I'll ask one more question from each. There's a lot of questions online. For this, however, we request you both to respond to them on the chat so that we can move on to the next section. To you, Douglas, you are an innovator who put your passion into entrepreneurship. What would you tell other young innovators out here? How can they align their innovation with existing financing?
Thank you. I think this was well answered by Dr. Somorin when he mentioned that the biggest problem is, you know, with the haves and have-nots in financing is, you know, understanding the language of money. So for the entrepreneurs, definitely access to finance is very crucial for you to move your idea from probably where it is today and through the different stages of not R&D but product development to getting it to the market. And to be able to do this, it's very important that one, you understand what the global direction is, where is the world moving, and this will help you, you know, spot where the opportunities are. I mean, if you have an energy solution and you are trying to investigate, you know, new ways of using petroleum, and you're really passionate about it, the sad story is you may be today the only one who is still as passionate because the global movement is actually moving towards renewables. So you need to understand the big picture, understand where the world is moving, and ensure that you align your ideas, you align your objectives with the objectives of, you know, the people who can actually finance or who can fund your ideas. That's really key. And I think it's one of the biggest challenges of access to finance. We have ideas we think are really good. We believe in them. But they are not getting the world, you know, where it's going. The world is, you know, is moving forward. It's a global movement. So alignment is really key. So sit back. You don't necessarily have to dump your idea, just to align it. By alignment, you know, you look at SDGs. It's very important. There are 17. What exactly do you address in what you're trying to do in those SDGs? Probably more than one SDG. Is it education? Is it access to clean and affordable energy? Is it poverty reduction? So it's important that you understand what the world is talking about and how you can tap into that support.
Thank you so much. And maybe a final one to you, Troy. You are very passionate about how both countries may have a surplus and we still have to plant. What is your comment on the discussion around energy efficiency versus adding capacity or generation and renewables?
Yeah, and absolutely. Negawatts or negligible watts is the easiest ones to produce. So it plays a role for sure. I think it's a little less exciting, to reduce power than to make it out of solar panels, and that's maybe why everybody is focusing on creating it in a more sustainable way. But absolutely, it is much easier to change policies at industry, replace old motors, within a household, your fridge. Yeah, definitely within a house. If you replace your fridge, it's better than putting some panels on. But yeah, that's a good one. Good question. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. We are running back out of time and would like to wrap this session. However, for those who are online, feel free. The speakers will respond to your questions on the chat. However, I wouldn't want to lock those who are here. I know you will be free to interact with the speakers. I don't know if there's anyone who has a question before we wrap up this bit. Yes, okay. We have one question. I think we'll pick one question and then the rest of us feel free to interact with them throughout the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Troy and Douglas, for the presentations. Mine is just a brief reflection on the presentation by Troy on the issue of the death spiral for utilities. Was actually here reflecting whether it is a serious issue for I know it is perhaps happening in the other regions, the Western world, but is it really a challenge for Africa? Because my thinking is we probably will probably be leapfrogging this sort of scenario. I normally think of the example of the mobile phone, how most people never had to have a landline, for instance. They moved direct to having no phone to a mobile phone. So a utility like Umeme in Uganda is really not connecting someone. I mean, there's a household that never had energy and it is leapfrogging direct to a renewable solution, a distributed solution. So how much of this is a challenge for us? Because I think we're leapfrogging that. We're not really going through, in Europe, for instance, a household was already with a utility, but it is getting off, right here, it is a different story. So I tend to think maybe, given the dynamics of our market, our energy market, this may not there's not really a death spiral for the utility, whereas the utility needs to think, yes, like our old telephone company had to, for instance, introduce a product, a solution for mobile instead of landline. So maybe for the utility company, it is how to sort of innovate around the issue, but not a real challenge.
Yeah, great question around leapfrogging. What I expect, so in Kenya, there's a lot of companies talking to us, and there's a lot of solar companies, and I imagine that 10, maybe there's 12 solar companies in Kenya. They all have client lists that are 50, 100 companies long. If all of those companies put solar on the roof, there'll be very low electricity draw during the day. And that's going to impact the money into Umeme, into KPLC. That wave is coming, where people are saying, I'm going to go with solar. And it's between 25 to 50%. Solar can offset 25 to 50% of the grid's load. So that could be, let's say half of the companies go solar. So that 25 to 50% comes 12.5 to 25%. All of a sudden, their revenue from the utility drops by 12 to 25%. Their costs all stay the same. So a lot of costs are fixed. There's contracts that are take or pay. The same number of transformers are going to blow up in the rainy season. The same number of high-tension cable lines are going to have the issues that they have. And the billing department still has to send bills to everybody. So I think there's going to be a leapfrog of the utility. And that's probably going to be a problem because there's going to be endless bailouts to the utility by the government. So people will leapfrog by saying, I'm off the grid, I'm going to do my own thing. But then the utility is going to have to be bailed out somehow.
Thank you so much for that. And that brings us to the wrap of this session. Thank you so much, Douglas. Thank you so much, Troy, for chipping in to today's discussion. It doesn't end here. They will be with us throughout the session. To those who still have questions, feel free to reach out to those on the chat. They will respond on the chat. So at this moment, I'd like to hand it back to the MC, our very able Godwin. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Liz, for moderating this session. We appreciate Mr. Douglas Baguma, Mr. Troy Barry, for this beautiful session. Please give them a round of applause. I can see the audience is bigger now. Thank you very much for keeping Ugandan time. By the way, Kenyans keep time. That's a fact. I went for a training for about 4 days in 2017. It was the first time in my life that I attended a meeting at 6 a.m. And 6 a.m. means everything is set up and you're starting. You're not walking into the room at 6 a.m. So I would like to request you to keep your Ugandan time at your homes tomorrow, leave it there, and come with the international time here. 8 a.m. tomorrow, we expect you here. We do not want to miss some sessions simply because people did not come on time. So it's a kind request. Please keep time tomorrow. Be here by 8 a.m., register, and we start on time so that we can maximally benefit and have, a reason for being here. Next, we'll be going into the tea break. We'll go for a tea break. No, sorry about that. Not the tea break. The tea break, because we didn't keep time, we ended up going to the next speaker because the speaker was scheduled to speak at 11:30, and he cannot wait. So you see the disadvantages of not keeping time. You end up having your tea much later. So let's run into the next speaker. Our next speaker will be talking about the role of policy in delivering food, water, and energy sustainability. The role of policy in delivering food, water, and energy sustainability. He'll be joining us virtually from Ghana. He's called Mr. Kofi Agyarko. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. He's the Director, Renewable Energy, Efficiency and Climate Change on the Energy Commission in Ghana. And the topic will be the role of policy in delivering food, water, and energy sustainability. A brief about him, about Mr. Kofi. He's an energy efficiency expert and enthusiast who can boast of over 18 years experience in the energy sector. He has designed and successfully implemented a number of energy efficiency projects. His contribution was critical in the 2007 mass CFL exchange program in Ghana and installation of capacitor banks in selected public buildings, which saved the nation 124 megawatts annually and US dollars 50,000 monthly, respectively. He managed the GEF/UNDP funded project on energy efficient refrigerators and market transformation in Ghana that resulted in annual savings of 400 gigawatt hours. That's in Ghana. Kofi served as a member of the UNEP GEF Lighting and Refrigerating Task Force, putting together in 2015 to develop policy guidelines for accelerating the global adoption of quality, energy efficient lighting and refrigerating appliances. And also served as a member a member of the Energy Efficiency Task Force, EETC, in 2020 and 2021 on the Technical and Economic Assessment Panel under the Montreal Protocol. He serves on the interim steering committee of the Cool Coalition and chairs the working group on dumping of used cooling appliances in Africa under the Cool Coalition. He sits on the National Committee of Ozone Depleting Substance, the NACODS, which is managing the HCFC phase out. He has also served as a resource person on a number of energy efficiency and conservation seminars worldwide, a regular feature in International Energy Agency, IEA Global Conference on Energy Efficiency and Vienna Energy Forum. His contribution to energy efficiency issues on global platforms has positioned the Energy Commission as a credible institution both home and abroad. Kofi obtained his Bachelor of Science degree in Finance and Banking from the University of Ghana School of Administration in Legon in 1991 and a Master of Science degree in Energy Management from Norwegian School of Management in 1999. You know, a bio cannot be shortened. It was quite long, but I have no right to shorten a bio because it's not my bio. Yeah, thank you very much. Please invite Kofi to take us through.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's very unfortunate that I am caught between the audience and their tea coffee break, and I'll promise to be very happy so that I don't hungry long. I can be to slides because I want to slides. My screen is well shared and you can see it. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the protocols that have been built for the past 2 days and straight away put onto the thank you very much understanding. Let me add my voice to the voices that have commended the organizers of this event and thoughtful theme and topics that are being deliberated on for the past few days. As you rightly mentioned, my name is Protea Jako, and once you have not to introduce myself further. So, by way of introduction, food and water have always been essential for creation. We could not do without that. Energy, initially, was not the way we see it today. It was derived from food to humans and then animal traction indeed. With the onset of civilization, we have an alternative source of energy into the picture that needs to be taken, which also are produced, refined, transported, distributed, and consumed are inextricably intertwined. And the complex interactions among food, energy, and water are often referred to as nexus. And the main drivers are population growth, urbanization, industrialization, and transportation. And no country actually toys with food security, water security, and energy security. And I wouldn't be wrong critical factors in separating first world countries from third world countries. So, this is very important in the context of development. It is very important that we understand this. And it helps us with the understanding of the complex interdependencies among food, energy, and water, so that policies can be well guided. In fact, it's a tool for integrated poverty alleviation and low carbon development. Because of population pressure in general, nature is no longer able to replenish depletion. So, it calls for focused policies and actions to ensure that food, energy, water, we are able to sustain the supply, especially in the world that is struggling with climate change. I want to believe that this diagram has been shown to you in various forms within the past few days. So I want to skip it. It is just a pictorial representation of the complex relationship existing among food, water, and energy. It is a known fact that globally, demand for food, energy, and water are rising. The world population is projected to reach 8.5 billion in 2030. The effect of this growth on food, water, and energy is very huge, with its attendant effect on the environment, talking about deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, and what have you. So production and food production compete for scarce water resources. Because now, if you want to increase the yield per acre, for resort irrigation, which draws a lot of water. Energy is therefore required for irrigation, water treatment, food process, storage, and transport. And the food, energy, water nexus is central to sustainable development, as I alluded to initially. If you're talking about sustainable development, you are talking about that kind of that ensures socioeconomic advancement without impinging negatively on the environment. So this is a graphical representation of how water is under pressure. By picking these three things, agriculture, 72% in terms of use, and it is trailed by household and services, and then industry. There is big implication of diet water. I have said these three food items that are becoming global staple diets. It is to know that even those who hitherto relied on tubers, bananas, plantain, and what have you, are all shifting reliance of those indigenous food to rice, soya, wheat, and potatoes. And the reason culture, time pressures, and organization, and what have you. So this is an ample illustration that water continues to be under serious pressure. That is not enough. it is expected that the acreage and the in Africa sub of the Sahara will double by 2050 because of growing population. Many mouths that needs to be fed. 41% of global irrigation water use occurs at the expense of environmental flow requirement. This environmental flow requirement is a balancing system of water that can sustain fauna and flora, but already we are hitting negative. And global water demand projection is also expected to be between 20 and 30% per year by 2050. So this is the kind of picture that Water Florence is painting to us, and that calls for immediate policy action. This is a common feature in both Africa and elsewhere. Because of the pressure that water is facing, we need to actually look at the way we use water for food production. With these two pictures that you see, one is drip line irrigation, one is sprinkler. You see the drip line irrigation actually targets and focus on the plant, and the rest of the unused lands are not affected by the water supply. On the sprinkler system, technology is like natural rainfall that occupies all the available space, whether or not there are plants. And strictly speaking, this is what we need to focus attention on in terms of water usage for food production, so that we can come up with targeted water usage for food production, so as to not to exacerbate the pressure that is already put on water. The FAO, Poverty Eradication and Sustainable Development, rely heavily on food, energy, and water. Therefore, wherever water is scarce, we have prevalence of diseases, high child mortality, more loss of product, and food price volatility. And these things do not augur well development. And therefore, this buttresses the point that if we do not regulate this nexus and water becomes scarce, mankind stands to suffer. Now, let us look at the relationship between water and energy. In fact, these two are bedfellows. Water needs energy, energy needs water. And therefore, there needs to be a balance, a well-crafted balance, because we rely on water for hydro power generation, and then agent for thermal power. And where coal is mined, a lot of water is used for washing. And water needs energy lifted from one point to another for treatment, for distribution, and recycling. So, it is on record that 90% of global power generation is water intensive, either as prime mover or fully medium. And 43% of freshwater withdrawals is thermal power plant cooling. In Europe, in America, is 50%. And by 2035, withdrawals for energy and consumption could go up by 20% and 85% respectively. high water intensive fossil fuel production will not go away with us anytime soon. There is a relationship between energy and food as well. Food production and supply chain have 30% lower energy consumption by way of lifting of water for irrigation, processing, transport, and food chain. But the recently held Coup Coalition event on powering cold chain solutions, nutritious and healthy food for all. It was reported that 30% of the food produced for human consumption goes waste because of lack of cold chain to preserve the food. And cold chain alone is capable of saving 475 million tons, or 13% of food lost each year. There's an irony here that 800 million people around the globe are hungry. And then the amount of food that is wasted around the globe yearly is enough to feed this mass. This is food for thought. Now, let us look at some of the policy roles in food, energy, and water sustainability. Let me first state here that if we are going to rely on business as usual, then it will lead us nowhere. We will not get to the level of sustainability that will require. And therefore, policy direction is very critical. Policy must be interlinked and cross-sectorial to reflect the complex interrelationship among food, energy, and water. Science and technology research findings should be translated into solutions to food energy problems. Efficient utilization of energy will minimize fossil fuel and water resources. In fact, globally, we waste a lot of electricity on inefficient appliances, but in Africa, it is worse. Africa is almost becoming a dumping ground for inefficient and obsolete appliances from the first world countries. So if we are genuinely interested in balancing the food, energy, and water nexus, we need to take critical look at our way of energy consumption. There is the need for efficient measures along the agri-food chain that can also help save water and energy. Sustainable food, energy, and water demands behavioral change. In fact, those of us here in Garden, we need to take this charge upon ourselves that we will serve as apostles of behavioral change when it comes to energy and water, because that will invariably affect food as well. We cannot continue to go along with this kind of attitude that we have when it comes to energy in particular and water and food in general and achieve sustainability. That will not work. So we need behavioral change. Instead of treating all water to a safe drinking standard, treatment can be done according to the intended use. Coupled with multiple sources of water like rainwater harvesting can reduce energy consumption. I think that there's no use treating all water to the level of drinking standards, and then we use it water pumps. We use it to flush toilets and all that. All those things waste energy. Then we can also have a policy of removing biosolids from wastewater and using them for cooking and heating, for example. And this can replace the fossil fuel and reduce the amount of processing at the wastewater treatment plants. We also need to think of improvement in food and energy losses along the supply chain, because that will improve food security, energy security, and enhance sustainable development. So here we need to start the cold chain to reduce the food wastage. We need to intensify international collaboration and innovation to avoid reaching tipping points. The recent published report by IPCC gives a very scary picture of the globe, the way humankind have destroyed the globe, and that some of is irreversible. We need to occupy ourselves with this kind of happiness around us so that we move from business as usual to critical thinking with the intention of solving problems. This is the way I will conclude. Those of us alive and inhabiting the earth today are holding the earth in trust for the unborn generation. If we cannot make it better than we met it, we do not make it worse than we met it. And on that note, I say asante sana for the opportunity to address such an august audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi, for that presentation. Please give him another round of applause so that I can be sure that there is some energy in the room. Energy levels were high earlier. I can see someone is stretching with even before being instructed. That's a very good attitude. Any questions? Any questions for Mr. Kofi? We'll take questions right now. Any questions? Was everything that clear? 100%, eh? All right, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi. We appreciate your time, and we thank you for presenting to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you're a teacher and after your lesson, no question is asked, two things can be thought of. Either you did a good job or you did a bad job. But on this note, I think that my audience have well understood my point. And on that note, thank you very much. And I think we can now go ahead and enjoy our tea break. Good day.
Thank you very much. On their behalf, since I'm their spokesperson today, I will tell you clearly that they have understood everything 100%. I can tell from the smiles on their faces.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kofi. My name is Jordan Capacity. I'm Director Operations for Herero Oil and Gas Limited. I just have one simple question. He actually had a very good presentation. My question is about what recommendations would he give for the private sector? Hello? What recommendations would you give as an expert for the case of Uganda, where I see it is actually the private sector that is leading the fight, that is leading the forefront for trying to push up and increasing the usage of renewable energy resources and tools for a case of a growing economy like Uganda, where we haven't reached the level of countries like China, USA, and Vietnam that are actually using a lot much more renewable energy or solar energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have some difficulty hearing you from here, but I think that I gathered the import of your question, that what recommendation would I give to a country like Uganda that is green energy and other energies? If that was your answer, your question, then this is my answer. yes, green energy is good. That, taps into the low carbon development. You leave very small footprint by way of carbon as to green. However, what is very important here is efficient utilization of resources. I did mention energy efficiency. We can turn all our arable lands into power generation. If we do not use power or electricity efficiently, we will come back to square one. So in as much as we are interested in generation capacity expansion, let us also check consumption so that although demand will grow, it will grow at a reducing rate instead of demand always trying to outstrip supply. If that happens, then incessantly we are going to experience power supply shortage. So the two must be well balanced, and that is an opportunity that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi. So any other questions can be addressed directly to the chat, and Mr. Kofi will be able to respond to them. We thank you very much. Please appreciate Mr. Kofi.
I'll do that.
Right now, we're getting to the next speaker. The next speaker is a business journalist and consultant in energy, policy, and corporate sustainability. And the topic for today is communication and advocacy for energy transformation in Africa, trends and way forward. This gentleman is a business journalist and consultant around energy, policy, and corporate sustainability. With over 8 years of experience, he has written for various publications, including Business Daily, The Standard, Daily Nation, and African Energy Magazine. He holds a bachelor's degree in economics and communications from the University of Nairobi. During his spare time, he loves hiking and sightseeing. He sees the future. He sees, sightseeing. That's what it means, eh? All right, please welcome Mr. Neville or Nevo or Tuki to take us through the next session. Thank you, Nevo.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? Yeah. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I had also stepped out for tea break, I hope you're on fine. Oh, okay. So, let's do it here. I have a brief presentation, PPT, that with it. Everyone see it? My presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my name is Protea. I'm a journalist and reporter, and at the same time consultant around sustainability. So I've worked for a number of East Africa, in the UK. I was a correspondent based in Nairobi. So I'll start my presentation with a picture which you can see on your screens. So in that picture you can see two gentlemen in a rather remote place. It looks like the middle of nowhere, right? Can any one of you tell me who these guys are? Whether you've interacted with them or you've seen their pictures or you've seen them in the medium. Does anyone have a clue? Okay, in the interest of time, I'll just move on to the next slide, introduce these guys. So these are the founders of the Protea wind power plant. I want to assume most of us, if not all, have come across either an article or something to that effect of the Protea wind power. So the two gentlemen, let me just go back to the first slide. The two gentlemen in that picture, these are the founders of the Protea wind power in northern Kenya. So to the left is William Donman. He's an agronomist. Then on your right-hand side is Carlo van Ogeningen, who is a specialist in project development. Now both are Dutchmen, they are from the Netherlands. Now with a capacity of 310 megawatts, the Protea wind power is the largest wind farm in sub-Saharan Africa. And you'll be surprised, these two founding fathers are called founding fathers. During the days, they approached quite a number of local companies, including Kenya Electricity Generating Company, in short KenGen, wanting them to invest in that idea. By then, it was just an idea. And they were reluctant, you know. They were saying, no, a project of such a scale cannot work in Kenya, you know. We are not just buying into it. Then the two guys again approached another company called Centum Investments. You must have heard of it or read about it. Again, they were shown the door. They were told, no, thank you. Then again, they approached, they were actually persistent. They again approached another company called TransCentury, which is into infrastructure project development. And the story was the same. They were told, no, thank you. We are good. Now, that's just a little bit about the Protea wind power and the founders. Now, all those facts are good. It helps to know quite a bit of them. But there's beyond facts, the facts that I've just pointed out. So if you're reading, say for instance, you're interacting with the Protea wind power for the first time, beyond the facts, you want to know a little bit about what the backstory of the wind farm is about. How was the idea conceived? What sort of challenges were encountered? And more importantly, perhaps, the lessons picked along the way, because as the world turns or as the world goes green, we're going to see many and more investors, you know, making a beeline to develop new projects in that on that front. And these investors would want to pick a few lessons from those who've gone ahead of them. So lessons learned important. Now, why have I used this example? Now, answering this like what the backstory of the wind from this wind farm, how was the idea conceived, what kinds of challenges were encountered, what lessons were picked along the way. Now, answering these questions to the reader or the wider audience on an emotional level, it's open. To that, and perhaps before I go to the next one, let me just give you a little bit background story of the wind farm, or the backstory of the wind farm. It's a very interesting one, in the sense that that's William used to go to Turkana, which is based in the northern part of Kenya, and he used to sit on the shores of the Turkana, the largest desert lake in the world, and he would have the so-called sundowners, just sipping his cold beer and thinking about nothing in particular, just decompressing and unwinding. And so that used to be him. So one day, while he had flown back to Nairobi, he was having a banter with his friend. Now, the other founding father, Carlo, is a friend of this guy. So they were having a banter of a bottle of beer, a Tusker to be specific. And William told his friend, hey man, look, I've been to Turkana, and I want to tell you that place is magical. It's even said it's the cradle of humankind. To join me next time I go there. And Carlo, not having anything to do in particular, said, no, why not? Why don't we go next week? And that's it. So the day came and they flew over to Turkana, and as they were sipping on their beer, having their sundowners, William, just as a matter of fact, told Carlo, you are good at managing projects and mobilizing revenues and people. But do we proceed and construct just a small wind farm here, given the fact that this place is blessed with, strong winds, strong, steady winds. At first, Carlo laughed off the idea and said, no, there's no way a wind plant will work here. Even if we were to construct it, then where's the market? Long story short, and that was in 1997, 21 years down the line, So that's just a bit of background. So let me go to the next point. So for a project of Turkana wind power, a reader may want to know what transformation has the wind park made so far since operation in 2018. Now, the answer to this question would now resonate with the wider public, and investors and good like creating a market, they'll be willing to spend the money on such a project. Some people would call it the shared advance on the project, and in the context of energy switch from fossil fuel to clean sources, others would call it a just transition. Not just benefiting the investors in the plant, but also the surrounding community in terms of jobs, in terms of opening up roads, in terms of building schools. But there you'll be surprised. Turkana is a remote place, semi-arid, not much going for them. But with the construction of this Turkana wind power, you'll be amazed by the transformation that taken place there. Schools, kids can now go to school. There's piped water. Guys have gotten jobs, So there's no one who has been left behind. Now, all this boils down to the art of storytelling. Now, in this meeting, we have different kinds of people from all walks of life, from across industries. We've got guys from the private sector, we've got guys from the public sector, we've got people from development finance institutions, the DFIs, you've got NGOs, you've got, talk of all of those. And so storytelling applies to all kinds of people that I've just mentioned above, you know. So if you were to maybe, if you have, let me say you're an investor and you want to set up a plant somewhere. So over and above you making a return on investment, you are genuinely concerned about the welfare of the people. You are concerned about climate action. That's your small way of playing climate action, you know, reducing the carbon footprint. And at the same time, improving the lives of the people who would be connected either through your mini grids or your solar installations, what have you. So beyond you constructing such a plant and reaching financial close and all that, you want to package your information in such a way that your customer, government policymakers, and potential investors, even financial, the banks, in such a way that they'd all be interested to know, what's about this project? What's so special about this project? What's its purpose? You know, because at the end of the day, it's all about purpose. What purpose? What information? What impact is your project going to have on people's lives? And so, when you're packaging information around such a thing, you want to do it in a storytelling manner, in a story format. Basically, humanizing a story, giving it a human face and voice. And it's simply by talking to stakeholders, you know, the guys surrounding your project, talking to them, asking them, so what kinds of challenges were you encountering? And what are your expectations? You know, it's like market intelligence gathering exercise. And so information packaged as a good story invites interest from the audience, financiers, and investors, making it relatable and therefore easy to absorb, retain, and memorize. More importantly, a good story backed with facts earns the public support and confidence around projects, policies, and goals. So I've given an example of an investor, but this also applies to policymakers. You know, you want to come up with a policy that is not only forward-looking, but also buys in the wider public. They have to be bought in. They have to accept the policy. They have to see it working for them. And one way of going about this is not by using jargon and legalese and all that, by just using stories, talking to people. What are your challenges? Tell me. How can we help? By doing that, you're buying them in. Now, tied to that, I've mentioned about the impact. So you want to capture the impact part of your project or policy or investment. So if it is maybe a video you're doing, a short video you're doing, you want to bring that to the fore. If it's a feature story you're doing and you want to send it to the press, to the media so that they can amplify it, you want to make it, you want to give it a human face, human voice, you know, make it as relatable as you possibly can. So if it's an investment, say, for instance, or project, how is it transforming? You would want to get to find out how is it transforming lives. Capture that. Has it made maybe 100 kids go to school for the first time? Has it ensured that poor households are getting more income in their pockets as a result of, you know, creating jobs and all that? Capture that. People want to read such stories. People want to listen and see such kinds of stories. And visually, you can receive the public support and resonate with as many people as possible. Now, another aspect of storytelling is doing research and service, you know, and by now you have already seen they're interconnected in a way. It's like an ecosystem. So if you do a research study or surveys, that will help you generate statistics and data, and that will help expand the pool of non-available. You know, we can all do with more information, verifiable and all that. Now, the findings of such studies, often captured in reports, can then be shared with the media, who can then amplify it even further. onto my next slide. Now, rankings. I think by now, all of us have come across rankings, be it about the largest economy, and you have metrics to reach to such a conclusion. So rankings are important when it comes to, advocacy about energy transition or any other kind of thing that aims to benefit people. So rankings tend to encourage healthy competition in the development of renewables, pushing lagging countries or industries or farms to improve and learn from top performers. For instance, I think we already know the Abu Dhabi Best International Renewable Energy Agency, or IRENA, which has been at the forefront in producing such rankings in their annual reports. And there's nothing that stops farms or such fora like this one, like the World Energy Day, doing studies and coming up with such rankings. You rank countries or farms on the progress they've made in adopting sustainable solutions, or making the switch from the use of fossil fuels to renewables. And that way, it triggers healthy competition, So on the screen, you can see an example of such rankings, like top 10 green energy producers in Africa. So at the pole position, we have South Africa, an installed capacity, that's for renewables, of 6,167 megawatts, followed by Egypt, Ethiopia, Morocco, DRC Congo, Angola, Mozambique, Zambia, Kenya, and the 10th, or the last one, is Nigeria, with an installed capacity of 2,152 megawatts. Now, the source is IRENA. And I think it's important at this point, I point out this, it's interesting in such a way that if you look at this, you may think that this is massive, man. This is massive. But globally, Africa, we are still lagging. So there's a look at lab at the bottom. Africa's total green energy stock stood at 48,443 megawatts in 2019. Guess how much that accounts for when compared to other countries in the world stage. That accounts for a paltry 2% of the global share. 2%. So through such rankings, organizations like IRENA want to challenge countries that are laggards. In this context, a continent that is lagging behind, and that's Africa, And yet we are blessed with more than abundant, energy resources, the sun, wind, tidal wave, geothermal, biogas and the likes. So when it comes to advocacy and communicating and all that, rankings can be a very good tool that we need to. And as I come to my conclusion, I think in future, for the future editions of the World Energy Day, we may aim at having some reports, conducting some study way before the D-Day. Then during on the last day of the conference, we may could be unveiling some report with very good data that we can share with the media and amplify this discourse even further. With that, I want to say thank you for your audience. And if you have any questions, you may shoot my way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neville Otuki. Please appreciate him better. He cannot hear you. Yes, now he has heard you. Any questions for Mr. Neville? Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the online audience so far? I'm sure there are several, since they have chosen to be more active than our physical evidence, our physical audience today. No questions? No questions. So the more we get into our presentations, the clearer things become. Really? How does that work? It's automatic, I'm told. Any questions online? You could use mine as we look for the microphone.
All right, there's a question online. John Mary is saying disposal of used batteries, solar modules, wind blades, and other electronics is now becoming a challenge in the sustainability of renewable energies. How should we address this issue? Is it possible to recycle? Can you take that, Neville?
Sure. Now that's that's a good question. That's a good question in the sense that the focus at the moment has been around, wind power being clean. Okay, renewables, wind power, talk of wind power, geothermal, solar. So they're clean and renewable. That means they cannot be exhausted, unlike the fossil fuels like petrol, coal, natural gas, which over time will be depleted. And so the focus has been on that, but less focus has been on, everything has got a lifespan. So any kind of equipment, be it solar panels, be it the batteries, they've got their, shelf life. So less talk has been around what to do with such equipment, such things, when their lifespan is due. And you can see there are quite a number of investors here and there. I can say there are just pockets here and there who are trying to do research when it comes to maybe giving a new lease of life when their lifespan. But at this point, not so much is being done, and perhaps that should be the next frontier when it comes to where we should put our focus on.
I'm told there are no other questions. Is our next speaker ready? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Otuki. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate you. I think you can hear the hand claps. They really appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. So we would go, just before we get into the lunch break, we have one more speaker. He's joining us virtually from London. Our next speaker will be speaking about charting awareness on financing renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in food sustainability, water, and climate change in Africa. He's an investment associate with Kamco Clean Energy UK. Kamco Clean Energy is a global leader in low carbon energy projects and climate finance, which have on-the-ground experience originating, financing, and building clean energy and electrification projects in developing and established markets across the world. Sydney Wakaba has vast experience in energy, project finance and modeling, renewable technologies, energy efficiency, electrification, energy policy, climate change and communication, and knowledge of renewable energy technology adoption in Europe and Africa. Please welcome Mr. Sydney to take us through the next phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction. I have the unfortunate opportunity of presenting right before lunch, so I'll keep it brief and short, and do let me know if I'm going too quick. But it is great to meet every single one of you virtually. So as the introduction says, my name is Sydney Muturu-Akaba. I'm an investment associate at Kamco Clean Energy, a fund manager. Sorry, let me just try and get this to move. Can you still see my screen?
we can see it.
Okay, good, thank you. So again, I'm an investments associate at Camco Clean Energy, a renewable energy financier that has been in the market for the last 30 years. So we initially started about 30 years ago, but since then we have taken on different hats, from being one of the largest carbon traders in the world, and also being a consultant, and at the moment we are funding renewables across Africa. Managed a few funds at the moment. One of them is Renewable Energy Performance, a UK government-funded investment platform worth about £148 million or $200 million. And the second one is Spark, a funding platform, again focused on Africa, but this time dealing with only captive power and energy efficiency, as opposed to REP, which deals with both on-grid and off-grid projects. So Spark only focuses on captive power and energy efficiency. We also do have experience outside Africa, where we work with Craft, that focuses on the Pacific and the Caribbean islands. And we basically try to leverage experience in Africa into these Pacific regions and Caribbean islands, simply because the challenges are almost the same. And we believe that our experience would be vital and is still needed in those regions, which are even more vulnerable than, say, sub-Saharan Africa. So I hope that's a good enough introduction to Camco. And certainly at the end, I will leave my contact details. We are happy to talk to any developers or financiers looking to partner up. We've been in the market again for a long time, and we think we bring on valuable experience into projects that we are involved in. Sorry, I'm having problems moving to the next slide. Yes, I will do this again. I think I've touched on every single bit. So I'm hopefully here to speak on climate change, basically creating awareness on financing renewables and energy efficiency. And I hope to rely on my experience as an investor for the last 3.5 years, looking at projects in the region. So maybe just to start by painting a broad picture of where things are and where they are going to be in the near future. And one thing as an investor, or that I'm sure other investors in the room might acknowledge or online, is that investors are renewables are not going anywhere anytime soon. They're here to stay. And if anything, we can see more penetration across the market. This will be in different forms, different sizes, different shapes. Unlike traditional models where you've had simple, large, centralized energy systems, we can expect that renewables will penetrate more in different shapes and forms. And while government policy and regulation is expected to be a very and vital, if not central part to this penetration, the truth is these renewables will expand and penetrate into the market mostly based on where pricing and where the economics of these projects are. So as you can see in these graphs, various prices, or rather various levelized costs of renewable energy technologies over the last 10 years, you could see that the drop in their cost has been significant. And a drop in cost obviously translates mostly into maybe higher profits or more affordability for people, governments, and for end users in terms of tariffs. So renewables are here to stay, and it's really important that we create awareness around them and work across various stakeholders, governments, financiers, developers, industry stakeholder groups, to try and make sure that they are penetrating faster than they currently have, because we know there's still about 500 million people who do not have access to renewables at the moment. So again, not to be too pedantic on this, but I'm sure most of you who, as you can see from the first graph, being solar, I think this is what we are seeing the highest growth in. At the moment, costs have gone down to up to 5 cents and really competitive across when you compare against fossil fuels, which are mostly about 9 cents per kilowatt hour. And as an investor, given an investor's perspective, and based on the fact that renewables are not going anywhere, so there's certain reasons why investors are still keen to participate in financing renewables. One of them, obviously, or a huge part of it, is that the growth opportunity. The population is quite young and it's growing, and the GDP of each and every single African country is growing. It's frontier markets, but they're emerging and they're developing, and so they still need this amount of energy to power that growth. And so investors who are able to pitch in, set themselves up quite early, do stand to benefit a lot from the growing segment. And government support, increasing government support, has enabled investors to be able to have long-term certainty on these project cash flows that otherwise was not there before. Or rather was in a very different, was only available for fossil fuels. And so now we are seeing that renewable energy projects have, in time and in recent times, been able to give investors that certainty of cash flows that is very important to them. And of course, investors at the moment are very hugely concerned with impact. I think the previous speaker, Neville, spoke about benefits and why it's important that there is shared and just transition. And renewables give investors that ability and that stamp to say, not only are they powering countries, but there's additional benefits, such as emissions reductions and job creation. Importantly, at the moment is green recovery after the COVID pandemic. And obviously, last but not least, is the fact that renewables have been hugely successful in other developed markets, which means that the technology inherent in them is significantly lowered. Part of the reason in cost is because of all the repetition, because of all the doing, because of all the penetration. You learn by doing, and so technology costs come down. So producers of these technologies also take advantage and economies of scale as penetration gets wider. And so researchers are exposed to limited technology risk, and that is a huge part or a huge thing for investors. It's minimizing risks as much as possible, because at the end of the day, you want to be able to get paid back, and ideally to get a premium for the risks you're taking. And so I think everyone in the room recognizes that it's not as available as it should be if renewables are to get to where they are. But at least my view has always been that funding really isn't scarce, it's more inaccessible, or rather it's unsuitable with the way it is structured at the moment. So one thing we are noticing, or thing that we have seen, is that two primary reasons that developers have been able to use funding. Apologies. The first one being the lack of bankable projects, and the second one being the fact that simply how capital or financiers, there is basically a misalignment between the design or vehicle, eventual purpose. The two diagrams at the right before you indicate what ideally should be how projects are financed across the very different stages. And I'm focusing on this because if we are to get to a point where we power the nexus between food sustainability, climate change, then we need to find a way to structure capital in an efficient way in which it can flow. So we need to unlock capital to make sure it's flowing into this project. So at the capital stacks before you and the various layers from grants all the way to debt. Again, focus on be aware that people are aware of how each layer of capital is supposed to be used at which stage. But one of the key things we are seeing
that glitch, we are facing some network challenges, but we're doing our best to have it restored as soon as possible. So please bear with us. Thank you.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, can you please start from the previous slide?
Is it?
Because we missed most of it due to the power outage. We request you to start from the previous slide, please.
This one?
Thank you, Sydney.
So I think I was highlighting the two reasons why developers, there is a lack of flow of funds towards the projects, and I tackled the fact that capital is basically unsuitable the way it is structured, or basically it's that the funding that developers are seeking is misaligned with its intended purpose. But the second biggest one we are seeing is basically a lack of bankability. Could be due to the fact that you have small project sizes, which makes it impossible for large financiers to be able to participate because transaction costs such as legal due diligence, technical due diligence are significantly high, which makes it not cost efficient to pursue these opportunities. Other reasons that projects could not be bankable are the fact that you may have regulatory risks and political risks, which is a huge thing in the region, albeit I think it is overemphasized relative to what we've seen in other markets outside sub-Saharan Africa, but it definitely is something to pay attention to. And also the fact that you have unbankable PPAs and off-take agreements, which make it risky for private investors and commercial lenders. And finally, to close off on the point of risks, it's essentially developer track record, which is important. And this ties down to the previous slide where developers who lack significant track record may be required to operate on grants and equity before they're able to access more commercial forms of funding. So the last two slides really highlight why unlocking capital is an issue, and it becomes impossible to bridge the nexus between food and water and power, rather electricity, because electricity is needed to power these elements which are important for the growth and sustainability of the region. Just to go to the next slide. So looking ahead, what do we see as investors? Where do you think the region is going? We think there's good prospects. I won't bother touching on this, but the truth is, if we are to breach the nexus that I've just spoken about, the traditional model is unsuitable. So far, it has already left out too many people, millions, as I mentioned, about 500 million people. And it really is too slow, it's too clunky. It's not agile enough to be able to provide, to be able to power each and every person's needs, from a small rural farmer in central Kenya to the large consumer, again, in, say, Kampala. So it really is unsuitable for those various needs. And looking ahead, to power transition into a more sustainable economy and to be able to bring together water sustainability, food, agriculture, and energy, we're looking at Grid 2.0, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, which is effectively a mix of technology and energy systems, from off-grid communities using mini-grids and solar home systems to peri-urban areas, such as those you'd find in, say, Tanzania or Eastern DRC, which use isolated grids, and all the way to on-grid systems which power large cities and more connected countries. But the truth is, financing is still required across that spectrum. And that, I guess that's a challenge for any investors in the room. For me personally, is how can we facilitate funding flowing into power and in Africa Grid So it does not make sense to expand energy and electricity using the traditional model, because that would require significant investments into fossil fuels. It would require significant investments in time, which we do not have. And again, fossil fuels and all of its advantages. And so I think this slide is just basically how various energy systems required to power various needs of everyone. So you have IPP projects, C&I projects, mini grids, and solar home systems, and very importantly, energy efficiency. These sources of power, and I put energy efficiency as a source of power, will be required to power all various elements of Africa's future, from agriculture to e-mobility, where, for example, under our REP fund, we've seen a significant amount of e-mobility working with agricultural communities, ensuring that obviously produce reaches where it needs to be on time, and also providing cold storage solution. So renewable energy really is playing a huge part in agriculture. And when it comes to water, we are seeing again water pumps and desalination. I think there's a huge risk, obviously, of certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa being exposed to drought and the lack of clean water. And renewable energy is expected to play, or rather to bridge that gap of bringing water to everyone and allowing agricultural communities to thrive. So that's where we see Africa going forward in the coming months and coming years. To summarize, renewables are here to stay. From an investor perspective, we're still focused on increasing our portfolio in the renewable space, both on-grid, off-grid, and supporting productive use. So that's in agriculture, in e-mobility, in creating urban solutions to ensure that basically every community that's, say, rural communities are also able to participate in the economies or smaller economies happening in urban centers. And for me, one of the biggest things is to see minimal risk as an investor. That really piques my interest and that piques my mind. And it generally makes it easier to sell to my investment committee when you have low risks. And again, to close off, Africa Grid 2.0, that is the only way to go if we are going to power the nexus between food, water, and climate change, and basically keep our emissions low. If we rely on the traditional models, it will just be adding salt to our wounds, and that's not a particularly helpful situation for everyone. To close off, we're looking for partners, both financiers to work with, to co-invest with, and we're also looking for development partners in the region, in both Uganda and Kenya and across sub-Saharan Africa. As I mentioned, we work with both the REP fund, where we invested across mini-grid solar systems, utility scale projects, and also with our Spark fund, where we invest in energy efficiency and captive solar. I'll close off, and I'm happy to take any questions. And it's been a fantastic session, or rather conference, meeting you people virtually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sydney Wakaba. Renewables are here to stay from an investor perspective. And I think most of us here are investors or would like to invest in renewable energy. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sydney? The previous speaker imagined he was the last person to speak before lunch, but Mr. Sydney has had the amazing opportunity to speak just before lunch. Any questions for him?
Thank you. Thank you, Sydney, for the presentation. Mine is related to your wrap-up, where you indicated that you're looking for partners. And earlier in the presentation, where you indicated that some of the challenges to bankability is, the difficulty in developing or developer track record, having a proper track record for developers. So my question is, for an ESCO like myself in Uganda, how best or how would you advise to sort of position myself to partner with an organization like CAMCO. I hope that is clear. What do I need to do to be ready, to build readiness for such a partnership with CAMCO? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't catch your name. Apologies.
Sorry, my name is Engineer Herbert. I'm an expert in different fields, utility and renewable energy. Thank you.
Is it possible to take all the questions and then you respond to them at once? Is that okay with you, Mr. Sydney?
Yeah, hopefully you remind me if I forget. Yes.
Are there any other questions in the interest of time? Or is this the only question? Okay. Any other question?
Hello, can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
So my name is Andrew Ahmad, Renewable Energy Association. My question is linked to the previous question, and it is, can developer track record be mitigated through technical agreements with technology providers or operators? Citing the example of the Lake Turkana, which is the largest DFI investment in Kenya's history, yet the developers had no track record in operating a wind farm, and for all intents and purposes could be classified as a startup. What is there to learn from this experience to scale up developing and financing of bankable projects?
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Harold.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of the projects, some of the smaller projects, the costs for the financial are the management costs are a bit too high for them to actually get into the project. In terms of from your experience, what would you say to an ESCO or to a developer who's got a project maybe which is under $500,000? What would be the scale that you would advise him to stick to, say, equity and grant finance as opposed to going for the debt? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request Sydney to respond to the questions. One more question.
Yes, thank you.
That's the last question.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much once again. My name is John Capacity from Herero Oil and Gas Limited. I just have one simple question. For the case of emerging economies like Uganda, where more than 70% of the population are young people, I needed to know what organizations like CAMCO have in store for the young or youth-led startups that are interested in actually tapping into the available resources and invest or see themselves do something to do with renewable energy. Because you note that here, most of the policies, especially from government, are either just coming up or they're actually not appropriate to support the young people to also come up and interest themselves and drive the efforts in as far as coming up with the clean energy or clean renewable energy tools and resources concerned. So what does CAMCO and organizations of the sort have in store for the startups that are youth-led? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Sydney, please respond. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll take them in order of which one easiest, just to buy myself time. I think we had a question from Harold. Correct me if I'm getting the name wrong, about small projects and how to make them bankable. So Harold, you're very correct. Small to finance, but I will speak, for example, directly and maybe just to bring the entire group to the same, basically to give some background. So the issue with small projects is, say you have a project for $100,000. For me as an investor to do due diligence, to get lawyers to do diligence, to get technical due diligence, environment and social due diligence, all those due diligence phases will probably cost maybe $40,000. So it does not make sense to do a project for $100,000 when the due diligence will $1,000. And that comes back to one of the slides I talked about, which is capital providers or sources of capital are unsuitable to meeting the needs that we have for growing and small economies. But Harold, that brings me nicely into the Spark Fund, which I highlighted. So Kamco initially started with something known as the REP Fund, 148 million pounds. But what we realized is that it was not suitably structured to support small projects. Case in point, transaction costs were too high. And so we came up with something known as a Spark Fund to facilitate energy efficiency and captive power projects. And while under REP, we would only do projects with a minimum investment amount of 500,000. Under Spark, we have done projects costing up to $60,000, which is quite low. And we do that by designing Spark. So the trick to executing small projects and executing them well is standardization. So standardization of template agreements, standardization of financial models, standardization of risk assessment tools, standardization of credit assessment. So we found a way to really churn out or invest in small projects in a cheap, quote unquote, in a cheap manner that allows those projects to be brought to scale and to be executed quickly. So when it comes to your question on how can small projects be financed? Yes, we are doing it. For example, on Spark, I doubt the whole market is doing it, which obviously limits how much penetration there will be. But it really comes down to standardization and making sure you could replicate those projects easy. So standardize as much as you can, standardize small projects as much as you can, and that really is how you go about it. So we've been doing that with Spark, and I'm happy to chat with you. I think the other two questions were Andrew and Hubbard. I think to some extent they're very tied together, both questions. And I think Andrew, you asked whether developer track record risk can be mitigated through technical agreements. My simple, straightforward answer is yes. And I think that is one of the answers I wanted to give to Hubbard, if I'm getting the name correctly. So Hubbard, it's any investor would be cautious about working with a developer who doesn't have track record. But then that, of course, is a chicken and egg. How will the developer get track record if no one is willing to finance them? So it's a chicken and egg situation. But one of the ways, and Andrew pointed that out, is having a bankable project. And that could really mean, as a developer, you may not have that track record, but you could pass that risk to someone else. And so you could be working with, say, technical solution providers, and they take on the risk of you not having track record and experience. So you assign that risk to them. And that happens obviously through contracting. So it is very possible for inexperienced or developers without track record to be able to work and execute projects in the region. We've seen that, and that's how mini-grid companies came up. That's how solar home system companies came up. So it is very possible, but it also is about allocating risk appropriately. I hope that tackles your questions, Herbert. And Andrew, I think the last question, I didn't get your name properly. I think it was Jab something, sorry. But I think your question was, what does Kamco have, for example, in store for young people, or rather, what do investors have in store for young people? That almost ties down to the last question, which is, maybe to make it clear, there's a lot of funding available in the market, both in grants, mostly, say, develop DFI funding. There's a lot of it that's available, but it comes to how do you unlock that funding? So funding is available to pursue opportunities. So whether it's as a developer or creating additional jobs, this funding is available, but it comes to how do you unlock it? And for us as Kamco, for example, how we do that is by having the Spark and the REP fund that we manage, really focused on one. We have a really huge focus on local developers we really want to grow local developers, local markets to be able to take over these projects. So we look, it's when we're looking at investment propositions, or rather investment opportunities, we want to see local developers take those opportunities and be able to present projects to us. And some of them that come before my desk, for example, by young people, obviously there's the issue of track record, but as I've just mentioned, you can assign that risk to someone else. So there is funding available, and investors out there, not just us, are looking for local talent, local developers who are working in the market. Maybe I'll stop there. Hopefully I've been able to answer. If not, apologies, and I'm happy to pick up the conversation. But please feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to discuss opportunities in the energy efficiency and captive power space in Uganda, Kenya, or across sub-Saharan Africa. I'm happy to have that conversation. So thank you very much, and hope I've covered everything.
Thank you, Sydney. Please appreciate him. Thank you very much. Sydney, we have several questions online, but we'll request you to respond to those later in the interest of time. You'll respond to them directly online. Thank you for your time. Earlier, I said that we were having the last, what did I say? I said we're having the last speaker just before lunch. All right, so it's time for lunch. We'll be going for lunch shortly. Before that, I have an announcement. All PowerPoints will be shared on WhatsApp, and lunch will be served at the restaurant in the next building. After lunch, there's an exciting escort training that you would not want to miss. Lunch will go on for 45 minutes. That is serving, eating, and returning. Thank you very much. We expect you back in 45 minutes. Okay, so we welcome back for the afternoon session. Our afternoon session will be quite brief. We don't have a very lengthy session. Let me just take you through briefly. We will have the video from Mr. McBain that was supposed to be played before lunch. It will be played right away. And after that, we'll invite any comments from the audience. And then we'll have a training entitled Demystifying the ESCO Model. And it will be run by Juliet Maunyo and Alex Rathmore. So right about now, I request that we have the video played, after which we'll invite comments from the audience. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from right now in the world. I hope the previous sessions have both been enlightening and exciting to you as they have been to me. My name is McBain Mackenzie, and I'd wish to join and to engage with you at this moment as we work towards tackling this critical question of food sustainability, climate change, and water. I'd wish to present some strategies that we're using at the Water and Energy for Food initiative to do this. And I'd probably want to start with a brief introduction on the initiative. So the Water and Energy for Food is a joint international initiative of the following entities: the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, the European Union, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Government of the Netherlands, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, representing Sweden, and USAID representing the United States. And basically, the aims of the initiative are four. Number one, to increase food production along the value chain through a more sustainable and efficient usage of water and energy, to increase the income for base of the pyramid women and men in both rural and urban areas, and to sustainably scale innovators' solutions to meet the challenges in the We for Food nexus, and lastly, to promote climate and environmental resilience and biodiversity through the sustainable, holistic management of natural resources and ecosystems. Why do we seek to do all this? Let's talk some numbers that most of us are aware of. Number one, the human population is increasing. It is estimated that 60% increase in global food productivity by 2050 is needed to meet this growing demand. Basically, more people means greater demand, which in turn entails need for increased output. Farmers will have to produce 70% more food, and this food will have to be customized to the needs of a growing urban population, a factor that encompasses the entire agricultural value chain. The other fact, the world's farmland is becoming increasingly unsuitable for production. Up to 25% of all farmland is already rated as highly degraded, while another 44% is moderately or slightly degraded. And when we talk about water, facts suggest that up to 40% of the world's rural population is living in water-scarce areas. Deforestation. Approximately 80% of global deforestation is driven by agricultural concerns, and over the past 50 years, greenhouse gas emissions resulting from agriculture, forestry, and other land use have nearly doubled. Agriculture basically contributes the largest share of global methane and nitrous oxide emissions, and data from various sources usually suggest that this will definitely increase by 2050. Climate change will definitely affect every aspect of food production. And the increasing variability in precipitation, which we are basically seeing through more droughts and floods, is of course reducing yields as we speak. Climate change will contribute to existing long-term environmental problems such as groundwater depletion and soil degradation, which will affect food and agriculture production systems. Now, this is a scary, or rather more of an interesting fact. Between 33% to 50% of all foods produced globally is never eaten. The value of this wasted food is put at about $1 trillion USD. Now, food waste is a massive market inefficiency. It's not only bad for the environment, but food that is never eaten accounts for 25% of all freshwater consumption globally. So not only are all of the resources that went into creating the uneaten food goes into waste, but when food waste goes to the landfill, it decomposes without access to oxygen and creates methane, which is 23 times more deadly than carbon dioxide. I'm sure you've heard this from many people that if food waste were to be a nation, it would be the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases after China and the US. I mean, the term nexus, water and energy for food nexus, has become very popular. And the reason is, as such, up to 30% of global energy is used for food production. This is the energy part of it. But then up to 70% of the world's freshwater resources is consumed by agriculture. So you can see, based on this and the other numbers which I've just stated, the nexus is such a critical element to be considered when it comes to human well-being. And at We for Food, this is basically the challenge that we are trying to address, to ensure that enough quality food is available for people while respecting natural resources and biodiversity, and still at the same time stimulating jobs and growth through the scaling of innovative solutions. So what is our strategy? The overarching approach can be defined under 3 pillars. Number 1, support and collaboration with innovative businesses. Number 2, enabling an innovation ecosystem. And lastly, communication, dialogue, and knowledge transfer. I'd like to talk a bit on each of these pillars and give some examples just to put everything into context. Under pillar 1, we recognize an example of the term nexus, water and energy for food nexus, has become very popular. And the reason is, as such, up to 30% of global energy is used for food production. This is the energy part of it. But then up to 70% of the world's freshwater resources is consumed by agriculture. So you can see, based on this and the other numbers which I've just stated, that the nexus is such a critical element to be considered when it comes to human well-being. And at We for Food, this is basically the challenge that we are trying to address, to ensure that enough quality food is available for people while respecting natural resources and biodiversity, and still at the same time stimulating jobs and growth through the scaling of innovative solutions. So what is our strategy? Basically, the overarching approach can be defined under 3 pillars. Number 1, support and collaboration with innovative businesses. Number 2, enabling an innovation ecosystem. And lastly, communication, dialogue, and knowledge transfer. I'd like to talk a bit on each of these pillars and give some examples just to put everything into context. Under pillar 1, we recognize the critical importance of the private sector in the nexus, both the roles that they play, but also the challenges they encounter in deploying the interventions and innovations that they have developed. Innovations in this case will be technologies such as solar irrigation pumps, solar dryers, etc. But innovations can also be new business models, new financing approaches such as pay-go and pay-grow models, etc. And you can imagine the challenges encountered during the journey to deployment of such innovations. Challenges ranging from access to finance, access to markets, enabling environments, and so forth. At the moment, we are currently implementing 2 strategies with regards to engagement with the private sector. The first one is by establishing public-private partnership with entities who have impactful solutions to the nexus challenges. An example of this will be our partnership with an energy consulting and training company in Kenya called Innovators. And through a PPP partnership, we are supporting innovators to introduce and promote water and energy efficiency in agri-processing companies in Kenya. The approach is quite dynamic, and it ranges from conducting water and energy audits to proposing energy saving measures and even developing approaches towards financing the identified ESMs, the measures which have been identified through the audits. Additionally, and I think this is something which is very exciting to us, they are developing the capacity of young professionals to become water and energy efficiency experts through the Youth in Energy Empowerment Program, YEEP, which is run under Innovators Limited. Basically, the aim is to equip young people with energy skills and experience necessary to place them in positions for employment and entrepreneurship within the energy space. And you will be hearing quite some exciting news at some point in the conference with regards to this program taking place also in Uganda. We for Food has quite a number of these PPPs, and I cannot possibly list all of them here. But allow me to talk about the other strategy that we are using to engage and address Nexus issues through the private sector. Earlier this year, we put out our innovation call. And basically, this was targeting promising and innovative businesses working at the nexus of water, energy, and food in East Africa, which were looking to scale so as to increase their impact in the areas of food security, gender, and poverty reduction in an environmentally sustainable way. I mean, we are all aware that in emerging economies, SMEs are a main source of employment, contributing up to 45% of total employment and up to 33% of GDP. So through a rigorous and competitive approach, several companies from each of the countries in the East African region have been identified. And these enterprises will benefit from access to finance and business development aimed at supporting them grow and scale their businesses, and also to help them leverage and raise much needed capital for expansion. Now, let's talk about some strategies under the second pillar, which is basically enabling an innovation ecosystem. An innovation ecosystem is made up of different actors, relationships, and resources who all play a role in taking a great idea to transformative impact at scale. An innovation ecosystem is dynamic. The successes of one part depends on the other parts of the ecosystem. And that is why we work with a range of actors, from governments to financing institutions and industry associations, to essentially bring about coordinated, collaborative action for change. And an innovation ecosystem support can range from quite a number of various facets. We're talking about policy advocacy, we're talking about industry networks and association support, trainings and capacity development, among others. An example of an intervention under this pillar would be our ongoing partnership with Energy for Impact, E4I, whereby we're working to promote sustainable solar power irrigation in Tanzania and the critical elements of addressing access to finance and policy. Pillar would be pilot systems. So we have set up quite a number of pilots on different technologies, ranging from solar water pumps to solar milk cooling systems, dryers, etc. And the main objective behind such pilots is to basically provide a very solid platform for knowledge sharing, communication, and promotion of these technologies which really have an impact on the nexus. As you've probably realized by now, we consider capacity building a crucial strategy towards addressing various aspects of the nexus. As such, we have developed training modules and practitioner tools, such as our SPIS toolbox, which is freely available online and aimed at enabling advisors, service providers, and practitioners in the field of solar irrigation to provide broad hands-on guidance to end users, policymakers, and financiers. Last and definitely not least, the strategies that we've packaged basically under our third pillar revolve around communication, dialogue, and knowledge transfer. A lot of work has already been put over the years to address various facets of the water and energy nexus. And a lot of work is currently being put still into this, and this is being done by different players globally. It is critical basically to provide platforms for dialogue, platforms through which there can be knowledge transfer, experience sharing, and dissemination of all this information and all this, data and experiences which are being gathered by the various value players in different corners of the earth, basically. Among the many things that we've done in this particular pillar includes the development and broadcasting of promotional videos about the various technologies. So we've done something on solar-powered irrigation systems, which basically addresses farmers as end users of the technology and involve an outreach campaign in essence. We are also engaging various industry associations to ensure that platforms are availed for dialogue, for discussion of matters affecting different stakeholders in the value chain, from practitioners to the end users. Our sponsorship and collaboration with the World Energy Day Secretariat is another example of our strategies under this particular pillar to basically support regional platforms that discuss the nexus issues and challenges. And at this juncture, wish to not only thank but also to congratulate the WED Secretariat, Caroline and her team for making this event possible and mobilizing, and to encourage each and every one of us to continue working towards unlocking the potentials for food sustainability, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and water and energy efficiency in the nexus. Thank you very much. Let's continue enjoying the other sessions. Good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. McPain Mackenzie. Please give him a round of applause. I'll now welcome any comments, any contributions, any additions. No subtractions because it's not possible. It's a recorded video, so you can't subtract it. Any comments, any contributions? I'm sure we all listened attentively. Anything or the lunch was too heavy? Was it carbohydrate packed? You didn't enjoy the matoke? Well, there are some questions at the back. Can somebody help me? There's a question at the back.
Yeah, I'm Engineer Dennis Sariho, and I am from the East African Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, based at Makerere University. My question is, the presenter hinted on the energy service business models or energy service companies. What I want to understand is how is our market in Kenya, okay, generally in East Africa, in as far as energy service companies are concerned. Because mainly we are talking a lot about them, but it's like implementation is still a challenge. If there are challenges, how do we solve them? Thank you.
Who is your question directed to?
Mackenzie. It's Mackenzie. This
Okay.
one was presented. He talked about the energy service companies and promotion, but I need to get more information about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. That was a recorded session or a recorded video. So we'll get him to respond to you online. Thank you very much for your question. Any other comments or contributions? or questions, we'll get Mr. Mackenzie to respond to you online. There's another question at the back. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tony, and Mr. Mackenzie talked about food waste. Though I would like if we can talk more about it in terms of solutions for it, because you find that much as we have food waste, then in a long run we have scarcity of food. Yet previous we had we have food waste. All at one point in one part of the country we have high surplus of food, and in the other part of the country we have food scarcity. So maybe you can hint on what could be the solutions to address it. Thank you.
Very pertinent question. I'm sure the question and your comments are being noted. Uganda being a food basket makes your question very relevant. If there are no further questions or comments, there's a comment.
Thank you so much once again. I'm Jonan Capacity here. Mine, first of all, is an addition or comment, not a question, because this was something that is pre-recorded. Clean and sustainable renewable energy sources or solutions are a collective responsibility. This affects everybody, and it is something that we all need to discuss. We all need to join the bus for the discussion, and we all need to be partners in this, because it is one of the very few ways, or it is one of the very many ways, or it is one of the very many industries or sectors that actually haven't been exploited. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for we the young people, and there are a lot of opportunities for us to be able to conserve the environment, because when something is renewable, it means its impact in terms of pollution, in terms of the hazards, or in terms of the negative impact onto the environment, becomes a bit low. So it helps everybody, it helps all of us, and it makes all of us get in position to be part of the process of combating the effects of climate change. And in a world that we're actually in today, we are having issues like life expectancy going down simply because of pollution, simply because of hazards, wastes that can be mitigated. So it's collective responsibility for all of us, and we need to keep the discussion going, because we, the young people, are the future, and the future is we. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Capacity. Did I get your name right? Yes. Oh, Mr. Capacity, thank you very much for your contribution. Any others? Any other questions or contributions? Okay. I think we don't have any more contributions or questions. So let's just run through a message from our sponsors. But we're very dull. I don't know. I'm imagining that the food was too heavy. I might be wrong. Even the voices are really low. Should we stretch? Not yet, eh? Okay, let me hope the energy will go up. If not, we'll be stretching pretty soon. So a message from our sponsors. Our main partner, as you know, is Water and Energy for Food. That's GIZ. Water and Energy for Food is focused on environmentally sustainable innovations, aiming to improve energy and water efficiency in the agricultural sector. Our other partners or sponsors are Aria Finergy, Unrea, Energy Pro Group, Enso Impact, Camco Clean Energy, and E-Innovators Limited. We appreciate you, and we thank you for making this event happen. So right about now, we'll be going to our final bit, or our final presentations. And they will be run by Juliet Maunyo, Gomita, and Mr. Alex Rathmore. So I'll just run through their bios briefly so that you can know who will be speaking to you. Juliet Maunyo is the Technical Advisor, Energy Service Center, GIZ, Ghana. She will be training us, and she'll be the first speaker, and the topic is demystifying the ESCO model. She's an electrical engineer from Ghana, currently the Technical Advisor at GIZ, in GIZ, Ghana. Program on market entry into renewable energy and energy efficiency for the productive sector in Ghana. Juliet has vast experience in building electrical services, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. She's worked with several organizations, including Nordic Energy Efficiency Group, an energy service sales consultant for Greater Accra, where she worked with NEG Ghana's power and energy efficiency experts to provide energy efficiency as a service to commercial buildings. She's worked at DSTC Solar Training Center as a technical solar and training advisor, and many other roles with GIZ. She's also assisted in the preparation of documentation for proposals for renewable energy related projects. She has a master's degree of science, renewable energy technologies from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi. And our other trainer today is Alex Rathmore. He's a managing director for consultancy and Energy Pro Limited. He will be training us as a second speaker. Same topic, demystifying the ESCO model. He is a managing director for consultancy at EP Group, an impact-led consultancy and advisory firm focusing on financing the clean energy transition. Alex has many years of experience helping organizations of all shapes and sizes to improve energy efficiency and decarbonize. He is now leading the development of ESCO in a Box, a platform for organizations who want to help businesses reduce their energy use or adopt renewable energy. The idea is being piloted in Oxfordshire, UK, via government funding, and in Kenya in partnership with e-innovators. And Alex and his colleagues are now rolling out ESCO in a Box to new clients in the UK and around the world. Would like to invite them. They'll be joining us via Zoom for the training. And that will be our penultimate or last activity for the day. Not penultimate, but the last activity for the day, because the other activities were kind of pushed, the ones that we didn't have, because of the time that we didn't have. But tomorrow, since you've all promised non-verbally, is that possible? You've all promised non-verbally that you'll be here by 8 a.m. I think my team will put across penalties. Nice penalties. You might get yourself a sweet, but let me stop there. Okay, I think the team can take over. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me, please? Okay. So good afternoon from Ghana. I thought we would need a little stretch, and I saw that somebody had typed that in. So is it okay to stand for a minute and stretch? It's been quite long for those of us online. We were out of the room. I think when you went on your lunch break, you totally forgot about us. That was okay. We are over an hour and a half later than our scheduled time. Some logged in at 11 Ghana time, and now it's about 1, almost 1. So sorry to our online participants. You know, hybrid ESCO model in this session. Alex and I have had a meeting to discuss how this would go. It's being introduced as a training, but of course, an hour is too small a time for us to fully grasp or understand or become experts in the topic. But our hope is that after this session, the myths about ESCO models would be lessened or totally erased from our minds, from the minds of development partners, from the mind of everybody participating in this conference, and then we will understand it clearer. Okay. So I have mentioned that Alex, the second speaker, and I want to be as interactive as possible, and we would appreciate your questions and your feedback after. So I will do an introduction about the two models, and then we will look at a few of the business models, a few case studies from Ghana. In the previous session, we've seen a few case studies that relate to food and agriculture and water already from Kenya. So I would skip that since we are already had pressed the time. And then we will look at the myths and the challenges experienced by ESCOs in this market. If you have any questions, of course, if you are online or in the room physically, let us know and we will try to address all of them before the session ends. So greetings from Ghana. I am Juliet Maunyo Bomita. I'm the technical advisor for an energy service center by DSS Ghana. We are hosted at the AGI. AGI is the Association of Ghana Industries. So my office is inside the AGI, but I'm a GIZ staff. So this is our project I'm honored to do on behalf of my team. Our project is titled Market Entry to Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency for the Productive Sector in Ghana. So we've had various legs of this project, but in short, this long title, what we have sought to do is to find an entry point for renewable energy and energy efficiency for the productive sector in Ghana. So this Energy Service Center is an independent advisory body. And what we do is, so these myths that we are talking about in this training session, the questions that people have about ESCOs, about renewable energy, about energy efficiency, and the gaps in the industry, we seek to provide advisory services, independent second opinions, how to do energy audits and all that to the sector. So that's what we've been doing, and I'm happy to have been part of this project so far. Okay, so we would look at ESCOs. What are ESCOs? ESCOs are the short form for energy service companies. Energy service companies. I am happy, previous speaker, I think it was Steve, he put energy as aspects of renewable energy in his slides, and that was happy to see. And I'm happy about the content of this conference because you see advertised into the topic. So there's energy efficiency, there's renewable energy, and then we seek to link it all together with water, energy, climate change, and everything. So we need to carry this along. So for instance, to link energy efficiency to a regular food sector or an agri-business, we need this provider or a company to do the legwork of explaining what it is, because typically if you're in the food sector, you are well there. If you're in the energy sector, you are in that box. If you are the climate box. But I'm happy that in this conference we are linking everything together because it is one. Energies are the companies or the service providers that play the advice role. They design systems, they implement, and they monitor. That's what ESCOs do. They provide services, one, for both efficiency and renewability. Two, they play advisory, design, implementation, and monitoring roles in the sector. And as part of our roles, ESCOs increase awareness by providing information regarding energy saving potentials. And ESCOs can pull projects, and so because they can pull projects together, they reduce transaction costs. Is there a question from the room? I had some feedback. Can I continue, please? Hello?
Yes, please continue. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I had some feedback. Thank you. So, the role of ESCO is to retain an ongoing operational role over the contract term. We have some slides coming up that will give a better picture. So ESCO and maintenance, measurement and verification. And there are different contract models for an engagement between an ESCO and its clients. And who are the clients of ESCOs? Anybody who uses electricity, anybody. So along the whole value chain. In this conference, we are talking about food sustainability, we are talking about climate, we are talking about water. Each of these sectors uses electricity in one form or the other. The last issue, even though it wasn't too clear, spoke about solar water pumps. So all these use a form of electricity. So anybody who uses electricity in one form or the other can be serviced by an ESCO. That's an energy service company. There are various contracting models which we will look at shortly. There are energy supply contracts, which we simply call ESCs, energy supply contracts. And then there are energy performance contracts, EPCs. So these are the two we will be looking at into further detail. Energy supply contracts, ESCs, and energy performance contracts, EPCs. So the mechanisms are different. An energy performance contract is a mechanism of harnessing financing for energy efficiency solutions. And in this table, we are looking at the characteristics of these models. So we have the shared savings model, and then we have the guaranteed savings model. Now, the shared savings model is when I come as an ESCO and I say, okay, company this or that, or farm XYZ. Putting a data logger, I'm studying or making an analysis of your energy consumption, and I have seen that I can make some savings from your electricity consumption. And then I come and then I say, okay, I can make % of the analysis I've made. So if we are able to make these 20% from your electricity consumption, you take, say, 10% of the savings and invest it back into your mainstream business. And then I take 10% because I have made savings. This is money you are not investing, but this is money you are saving. So we make. And then the guaranteed savings model is when I come as an ESCO or as a service provider, and then I say, okay, it is guaranteed that I can make you 10% savings. And in this, because I have guaranteed in this model, whenever I am unable to, in a certain month, say we start the contract in January, if in May I'm unable to guarantee savings, then I have faulted on my side and I need to pay back to my client the savings I was not able to make. So I guarantee 10%. I was able to make 8%. That is a flaw from my business side. And so I pay the client back. So in our first row, we look at the agreement. In the shared savings model, the portion of cost savings from the implemented solution is used to pay the ESCO. And then in the guaranteed savings model, the client pays the ESCO for the services. And then the ESCO guarantees a certain level of cost savings. So the client pays, and then the ESCO guarantees a certain level. Like the example I gave, I guarantee 10%. Then the performance risk, which is in our second row. In the shared savings model, it is the responsibility of the ESCO. But in the guaranteed savings model, it's still the responsibility of the ESCO But in this case, the ESCO needs to reimburse the client solution underperforms. So funds risk for both shared savings model and guarantee savings model, both funds risk are on the ESCO. The difference being that in the shared savings model, there's no reimbursement, but in the guaranteed savings model, if you promise 5% and you are unable to do that, you have that fund. In that case, you reimburse the client. The investment risk in the shared savings model is completely the responsibility of the ESCO. So in the shared savings model, it's the ESCO that brings in the investment or the funding for the project. And in the guaranteed savings model, it's usually the responsibility of the client. So an ESCO approaches a client, guarantees that the ESCO can make 10% savings. The client goes to look and the risk is on the client. It's clearer in next slide. So this is what we've been talking about. This is an EPC, this is a shared savings model. Okay, so we see the ESCO sitting in the middle. There's a lender to the left, and then there's a client to the right. In this model, the loan agreement is signed between the lender and the ESCO. The lender provides the loan, and the debt repayment is done by the ESCO to the lender. So that's the relation between the lender and the ESCO. We said in our previous slide that the responsibility, investment risk is on the ESCO because the ESCO does the loan agreement directly with the lender. The loan is provided by the lender. The debt repayment is to the lender. On the right, we have the relationship ESCO and the client. So a contract is signed. That's an energy performance contract. Now the ESCO, which is the energy service company, does the installation of equipment. We said in our earlier slides that the ESCO does design, implementation, monitoring, all those roles are on the ESCO. So the ESCO installs the equipment which would work with energy savings. Whichever installation that needs to be done is done by the ESCO. The client directly pays for the services to the ESCO. So the client doesn't go directly to the lender in this model. The client payment is to the ESCO. We see coming down on the client side that electricity consumption increases. So whatever the ESCO promised the client, your electricity consumption is decreasing, which will result in cost savings. And whenever you make cost savings, you come down to the last arrow from the client to the ESCO, you pay for those services. So that's the picture for the shared savings model. Now we come to another EPC, energy performance contract, but for guaranteed savings model. So here we see that the ESCO has now the client enters a loan agreement between the lender or the financier or the investor directly. So he does brokerage, investment brokerage directly with the lender, and that's a guaranteed savings contract with the ESCO. So we see the same down arrow coming to the client. Electricity consumption decreases. When you get a decrease, that results in cost savings, and then you make your payments. So in this model, the loan agreement is signed between the lender and the client directly. So in our earlier slides, we said the investment risk in this model lies directly on the client. The ESCO has with the lender. So the lender provides the loan directly to the client, and then the direct lender. Right side between the client and the ESCO is that still the ESCO does the installation of the equipment and then the client pays for the equipment. And there's a reimbursement arrow, which wasn't in the previous image. So on our previous slide, we didn't have this blue arrow, which goes from the ESCO to the client. So in this case, there's reimbursement in case of underperformance. So whenever the ESCO is not able to guarantee savings as stated in the contract, there's a reimbursement that is done directly to the client. Okay, of these ESCO models, we should be country specific, and the laws and regulations of specific or territories should apply. So not just little, say, from Kenya and plant it in Ouagadougou or in Ghana. We need to be mindful of the fact that the country-specific, the laws and regulations apply. So in this slide, we say though the ESCO models could be replicated across many countries, local laws and governing rules cannot be overlooked. For instance, in Ghana, the operation of an energy supply contract needs a wholesale electricity supply license from the Energy Commission. So earlier today, I wasn't able to join earlier, but there was a presentation by Kofi Ejakun from the Energy Commission of Ghana. So the client of the ESCO also needs to be classified as a bulk consumer. At the moment, for instance, there's a moratorium on the issuance of new wholesale electricity supply licenses. I'm giving this as an example of what is existing in Ghana. So if an ESCO wants to operate here, these laws cannot be overlooked because we are operating within these laws and limitations or challenges. Every country and its country-specific territory. So these cannot be overlooked. So again, we said that ESCOs can work both with energy efficiency and with renewable energy. We are sharing just 2 case studies, and then Alex will dive deeper into some of the myths. In this session, we are trying to demystify ESCO models. If there's something that's mystified, that means there are certain untruths about it or some things that are not too clear. So ESCOs are already functioning, some are existing, some say it could be a scam, but they are not scams. So that's where the work of GIZ, for instance, in Ghana, plays a key role, because the center I mentioned earlier, which is the Energy Service Center, is a center that demystifies not only the ESCO model, but anything that has to do, that is unclear about energy efficiency, the investment, the technical expertise. It demystifies all of that in the Ghanaian environment. I mean, taking into consideration the laws, the business regulations and everything. So in this case study, there's a shared savings model contract between an ESCO and a large supermarket in Ghana. So the large supermarket was looking to reduce its electricity bills, and then it signed a 5-year energy service agreement with an ESCO directly. And then the supermarket pays the ESCO an agreed percentage of the savings made monthly. So this was signed for 5 years. And what happened on the ESCO side is that the ESCO acquired funds to invest directly in the EE technical upgrade of the supermarket. So in this case study, it is the supermarket that is the electricity user. This could be a poultry farm, this could be a water pumping station. Any end user of electricity could use a setting model. Of course, not forgetting the context in which you are, whichever country you are working in, you need those laws to guide you as well. So this ESCO analyzed the supermarket energy consumption and offered a 20% reduction. So that's the savings. And then based on the cost savings brought on by the EE measures employed, they are verified and monitored monthly for the entire duration of the contract period. The second case study is an energy supply contract between an ESCO and a beverage company in Ghana. So the beverage company had a peak load of 1,240 kVA. So it had 4 backup diesel gensets. And as a beverage company, it required reliable, more affordable sources of electricity. So they entered into a 15-year pay-as-you-go agreement with an ESCO. Again, this ESCO acquired funds to install, operate, and maintain a 434 kilowatt peak solar PV system for the beverage company. The beverage company in return pays the ESCO for the energy generated. So whenever we see an energy supply contract, that means there's a supply of electricity of some form in the contract. In this case, 434 kilowatt peaks of solar PV. And since installation in 2019, the PV system has generated 299 megawatt hours of electricity, equaling a CO2 reduction of 128 tons. So I will conclude, but we will seamlessly go into Alex's presentation, which will tell us a bit more about this. And then if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer. Our conclusion is that the market for the services of ESCOs is growing, and there are opportunities for businesses to have guaranteed supply of sustainable energy and/or improved energy efficiency without making huge upfront financial commitments. So, like we have seen, many businesses would say, okay, I don't have money outside my mainstream to invest into this or that measure, but ESCOs give us that opportunity. And ESCOs do EPCs, energy performance contracts, subcontracts provide the much needed technical and financial support for the energy needs, both of commercial and industrial consumers of electricity. Thank you. We will go on with Alex. If any question, we will be happy to take them later.
Great. Thank you very much, Juliet. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you. It's lovely to speak to everybody, and I understand you've had a very full day, so I hope we can hold your attention for just a little bit longer and make it worthwhile. So I'm very fortunate to be following Juliet, because she's already done all the hard work of defining what an ESCO is and drawn all the complicated diagrams with arrows and everything, so I don't have to do that. So I think my job here is simply to highlight some of the, I suppose, the more challenging issues that arise with ESCOs, or the common questions that arise, and just to talk through, I suppose, our thoughts on that. Hello?
Hi, just on the ground, we've just had a bit of a technical hitch. So the online team is proceeding, but the rest of us need to catch up a bit. So if you could just wait a couple of minutes for us to reconnect back the team on the ground.
Of course.
And then we'll tell you when to continue.
Right, okay. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thank you.
Sorry about the glitch. We'll have Alex reconnect as soon as possible. Then we'll restart from the beginning.
Okay, great. Alex,
oh, okay, great. Okay, well, I hope you can hear me now and slides, but do let me know if not. Yeah. So my job is to just highlight some of the more challenging aspects of making ESCOs work, and I'm going to focus particularly on energy performance contracts and related contract forms. So focusing perhaps more on the energy efficiency, demand reduction, demand management, rather than energy supply contracts. But of course, you could you could run an entirely, second session just focusing on the supply side. So I'm talking to you from the UK and, from, I suppose, my experience, our experience in the market, mostly in the UK and Europe, although I'm going to touch on some work that we're doing in Kenya with innovators as a case study. But one thing to say is that, certainly the UK and Europe as a whole is not some sort of ESCO paradise where lots of ESCOs are happily running and working perfectly and delivering their services with happy clients. Actually, Europe lags behind global investment trends in ESCOs, which is led overwhelmingly by China. But it is an approach, I suppose, that we've been using a long public sector, where things like schools, hospitals, local authority, municipal buildings can use energy performance contracts under different standard forms to reduce their energy demand with the help of an ESCO over a period of time. There are ESCOs as well, which are more specialist, but it is largely the sector thing. And I think that's the case across a lot of Europe, probably out of step with the way that the global market is moving. But because we've been doing it for a long time, certain, I suppose, codes of practice and ways of doing things have developed, which provide a helpful starting point, perhaps. And with that, we've developed a solution called ESCO in a Box, which we've been using in Kenya. And that's, as the name implies, designed to be a set of resources that help an organization to develop itself into an ESCO in a very rapid, start delivering services along those lines, and particularly energy efficiency and demand management services for clients. So if we get time, I'll use that as a bit of a case study, but we do want to leave questions, so I won't talk too much. All right, look, so Juliet's more than covered the structure of ESCOs, but the underlying principle of providing financed energy efficiency is, you do an energy efficiency project which reduces energy bills. The cost savings are used to pay back the capital cost of that project over time, and the result should be a cash neutral or even a cash generative project that has other benefits as well. So that's it. We can probably all go home. Very, very simple, straightforward proposition. Everybody's happy. It isn't like, and the reason that it's not like that was very well, I think, from slides on the structures. It's because of this need to transfer risk from one party to another. Financial forms, but particularly in the case of energy performance contracts, it's that P word, performance. It's performance risk getting transferred from client to ESCO. And what that means is in the fees that an ESCO charges will be a fee for that, for taking performance risk. So a risk premium will be embedded in there somewhere. And in the worst ESCO models, that premium is very opaque, and you will never work out how much you're paying for the ESCO to wear that risk for you. And actually, you'd never be able to quantify that risk anyway, because the whole thing is not transparent. In the better ESCO models, there are certain good practice that are incorporated into the approach that mean that the client has visibility risk and the means to do something about it if something goes wrong, and not paying on that risk that the ESCO is taking on. And by the same token, ESCO does need to be able to charge for that model. So, it's and the equity of the solution. And the ESCO industry has developed certain tools and approaches that can help with that. So I'm just going to run a few of those. So some of them, question there are other ways of, but what if I don't achieve the savings as a client? What happens then? Whose risk is that? Where am I going to source the finance from? And much depends on the contract form that's being used. Is it coming from an existing? Is it coming from the list fund or lender or a special purpose vehicle, or ways of doing it? Often the client's dependent on the ESCO to tell them what the best approach is, which may not be highly in their interests. The key question, how do I know I'm getting how's the finance? So in some models, the client is on the hook.
Recording in progress.
Or the security. So that's a key question and a barrier, I suppose. There's the need for the ESCO service to be off balance so that it's not appearing on the balance sheet in a way that might constrain the purposes of the organization, and that's only possible under certain circumstances. Again, we could have an entire on that, so I won't go into that too much to achieve it. So the result, energy efficiency, fast third parties for energy there should be, and we need to effectively facilitate much greater flows of external finance in energy efficiency. It also means that the ESCO model is not just one model, it's a whole spectrum of different variations, which again can make it quite intimidating for a client trying to make sense of this opportunity. A huge range of different finance available. I've categorized you'll see different terminology, but essentially I've categorized these by the level of risk that's transferred from client to ESCO or service or product provider. Right from the simplest, such as just buy a piece of energy efficiency related equipment, might come with a warranty, but not much else. There's no real risk transfer there except for the very basic aspects of, will the thing still work in 5 years' time? But right up to a performance contract, which has a whole range of different attributes that mean risk of thing going on, the savings not being delivered or equipment not working, all handed over to the ESCO, provided that the client can meaningfully exercise their rights under that contract. But there's different permutations available within that as well. And as a service, many similarities to a performance contract, but perhaps more simplified and ring-fenced around a particular asset like lighting, but shares many of the same characteristics. Contract energy management is a word for the outsourcing aspect of ongoing and energy performance to a third party. We're seeing lots of that now being delivered by facility management outsource, and again, very carefully ring fencing their responsibility and liability for what they're responsible for, and therefore what they're not responsible for, which can lead to confusion if that's not clear. And this one, asset finance, loans, leases, hire purchases. So this is where a simple loan, debt financial product is secured against the equipment that's used to deliver the energy saving. This is the approach that we're using with small businesses in the UK. On basis available, and it has other advantages. The big disadvantage is that it's not especially cheap. It's not a form of finance that is competitive with a good credit line from a bank, for example. But it is available, and it's a form that businesses understand because they probably lease their vehicles and other assets. So there's a sort of comprehension there. So certainly the contract forms towards the upper end of this range will take this sort of general shape, and you'll have seen illustrations before. So essentially with any of these, you are hoping as a client that you will get a cash generative project beginning. But essentially what you're doing is taking your energy bill and dramatically reducing it, and the savings difference between what you would have paid if you had the product and the amount that you paid, that saving is mostly used to pay for the ESCO and the services and that are involved and the premium. But you will retain a slice of that, which you can reinvest in your core business. And then once that contract term is up, then you retain the full benefit of the saving. Now, the visibility of all of that depends on having confidence that the equipment and the services that are incorporated in the ESCO are delivering what said that they. And so I just want to touch on the ways in which that can be achieved, but that's the basic form of the of the contract. So this is based on our kind of experience with developing ESCO in a box, really. But if you're looking to work with any sort of external finance provider as an ESCO, you have to go to significant lengths to demonstrate that you've installed everything in line with good practice, and that all the works have been completed in a way that is in line with industry accredited norms, and that the client is not being put at risk from the solution, the assets that you've installed. So any subcontractors need pre-approval and rigorous quality assurance applied to them, and that's in the ESCO's interests, because the quality, the ability of the project to deliver savings depends firmly on the quality of the installation that the contractors have carried out. So having a pre-approval process for subcontractors is essential. Having said that, sign off and inspection of works will generally need to be with the ESCO, because the ESCO is responsible ultimately for the saving and is on the hook to the client under whatever guarantees are in place. So quality assurance ultimately will fall to the ESCO to ensure that the works are completion tested. And certainty in returns is something that, of course, finance providers are looking for. They will have their security, but they will also need to be confident that there isn't going to be a dispute halfway through the contract that causes a default on the part of the repayments being made. So that's where measurement and verification comes in, where you're assuring for the client that energy savings have been achieved, demonstrating that proactively and transparent to them. So I've just highlighted at the bottom a couple. I mean, there are numerous examples of good practice standards, protocols, codes. ESI is an interesting one. It stands for Energy Savings Insurance, but it's a model that de-risks the delivery of energy efficiency projects for SMEs. It's being used in Europe and South America at the moment. So we use that as part of the platform for our ESCO in a box solution. Investor Confidence Project in the middle is a set of protocols for developing investment-ready energy efficiency projects. It's US in origin, but it has different versions now and suitable for buildings and industry, and also more specialist applications like heat networks and street lighting. So that is designed to provide an industry benchmark for the quality of project development. And many of you, I'm sure, will be familiar with IPMVP, which is just shown on the right there. That's the global de facto standard for measurement and verification. So that's been in existence for, I think, well over 20 years, and capacity to deliver that is growing around the world, but very patchy still. There are areas where it's difficult to find qualified practitioners, but that remains the sort of the go-to resource for measurement and verification. Just because somebody says that it's compliant with IPMVP doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good M&V plan, though, and that's something to be very conscious of, I think, as either as an ESCO or an ESCO's client. With that in mind, I just wanted to say a few words about M&V. M&V, if anybody's not familiar with it, measurement and verification, it's the process that's used to calculate the energy savings that have been achieved by an ESCO project. So the difference between the amount of energy a building or a facility would have used if they hadn't done a project and the amount that they've used having done so, which is, it can be a difficult thing to calculate. And I won't go into any details, but suffice to say, as a client, this is your main instrument for viewing the performance of your project, but often that instrument is in the hands of the ESCO, so the company that's doing the delivery for you. So there is baked into that structure sometimes a conflict of interest, and that can only be mitigated by strict compliance to the protocol, to IPMVP, and good practice around metering and monitoring. So when I said at the start that the best ESCO contracts are transparent, and have visibility of the risk premium and the risk transfer, a lot of that relates to M&V and doing the M&V in a way that's very thorough, but also easy for the client to understand and explain to them in a way that makes sense. So the M&V really underpins any savings guarantee that's offered or any assurance of savings. And the two kind of golden rules that we think are important here is that you can only have a meaningful savings guarantee if it's transparent, number one. So if the client can use the information that's available to identify if something has underperformed. If it's all just in a kind of confusing soup of energy bills and data and they don't know how to unpick all of that, that's no good. That's not helpful. And the second thing is they have to have a means of recourse. So it has to be possible for them to say to their ESCO, look, this is not working. We're not getting the level of savings. I'm out of pocket as a client. What are we going to do about it? It doesn't mean that they immediately have to go to court and sue each other, but it does mean that there has to be a mechanism for taking action and correcting underperformance. So transparency and recourse are the two principles, I think, of a good performance guarantee. And the first one certainly is all about M&V. But as an ESCO, you might also want to do M&V in order to deliver a better project, because of course it gives you visibility if there's an underperformance. You can deliver a better outcome for your client. And indeed, you can look for other opportunities for energy savings by doing that monitoring, driving further performance. You can reduce the performance gap in essence between what you've promised and what's been delivered, eliminate that performance gap, and then go on to drive the next project and the next one after that. So there's lots of opportunities with M&V to deliver a better outcome for your client. So I won't go on too much longer, but suffice to say, the trouble with all of that is that it's difficult, time-consuming, and quite expensive to develop. It's know-how that is that's complex, and it's difficult to make the investment in doing that if there isn't an ESCO market to immediately go and engage with. So our ESCO in a box solution is intended to try and correct that to some degree. We should be very mindful that Juliette quite rightly said in her presentation that there isn't a one-size-fits-all ESCO model. I mean, in talking about the ESCO model is kind of a nonsense in itself, because there's so many permutations. But there are, as I've tried to highlight there, some common tools and techniques and good practice approaches. We've tried to incorporate as much of that as possible into ESCO in a box, which is a set of resources, contract forms, client-facing collateral, the software for workflow and project management. We've tried to incorporate as much of that as possible, and then the idea is that that's a solution that is put in the hands of a team that's able to serve their local market. So in the UK, our first ESCO was launched in Oxfordshire in about 12 months ago, last September, and we're just about to launch a new one in Birmingham, and those are working with small businesses. And we're also very pleased to be working in Kenya with innovators. It's part of a much bigger project funded by GIZ, but looking at developing an ESCO approach to working with food and agriculture clients and upskilling a team of young energy efficiency professionals. I think you're going to hear more about them tomorrow if you haven't already. Empowering them to go and deliver these solutions using the ESCO model that we've tried to capture in ESCO in a box. So again, that's been thoroughly adapted for that market context. So to this end use, to the way we've approached it in the UK, and a different market from a regulatory standpoint, and different access to finance as well. But some of the kind of good practice principles remain the same, and that's what we've tried to bring to the table, I suppose. That's more or less it from me. I mean, the final thought really is just that, as you will have heard many times, huge investment in energy efficiency is needed. The great thing is that energy efficiency is inherently investable. It's attractive. It will pay for itself in most cases, but it's not going to be the core business of the host organization. That they're going to be interested in manufacturing food or do. An ESCO or an ESCO-like approach is a way to provide a specialist service and an organization that is perfectly geared to deliver energy services in a way that doesn't distract the end client from their core business. But it's got to be done in the right way, otherwise the market just doesn't take off, and that's based on our kind of direct experience. So having the client's interests at heart while making enough money to be sustainable, of course, is inherent in a successful ESCO ecosystem. And so it is about trust, but it's also about having clear contracts, clear roles and responsibilities, and good practice embedded at every stage of the process, really. Great, so that's it from me, and I think we would be delighted to take questions or comments, or just if we can contribute to a discussion, if you have any energy left at the end of your day. But I'm not sure how this is going to be facilitated, but yeah, standing by if there's anything you'd like to ask.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Round of applause for Juliet from Ghana and Alex from London. Thank you very much. I will now open the floor to any questions, any contributions. Do we have any questions?
So there was a question.
There's some questions at the back. The gentleman has a question at the back. There's a question here. You can start with him. They always start with the bank batchers. So today let's start from the front.
Okay, thank you. I'm John Bosco, working with GIZ Uganda. And my question goes to Juliet. I think from your presentation on the guaranteed savings model. My question is there a way to verify that the reason for not reaching the savings, the energy savings, was from the client's shortcomings or the ESCO's shortcomings, but also is there an arbitration mechanism in case there is a disagreement around who caused the savings not to be reached for that arrangement of the guaranteed savings model? Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to get the question clearly. You asked about verifying the savings. Was that the question, please?
Yes, I was asking about on the guaranteed savings model for the ESCOs and the client, whereby in case they are not reached, the ESCO is to pay the client back. So we are asking, is there a mechanism to look at whether the shortcomings were from the client side, why the savings were not reached, or it was from the ESCO's model, from the ESCO side, but also is there a need or is there an arbitration mechanism whereby in case the ESCO says the reason why we did not reach the guaranteed savings was because you, the client, did this the wrong way or the other way around. Is there a way for arbitrating such? Thank you.
You hear me? Sorry, Alex and Juliet, I'm requesting that we have all the questions asked at once. You can take notes and then you can respond at once in the interest of time. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes? Okay, there's a question at the back. Please be audible and precise.
Okay, thank you very much. The name is Harold. My question is for Alex. Alex, I wanted to paint a scenario for you. From where I'm seated, I wanted to pick your mind on what we should do, what I should do first. If I have a prospect, but the source of financing are two options that I'm trying. I'm trying a venture capitalist, and I'm trying to get a grant, say from AFDB or whatever it is. Now, if you were sitting where I'm sitting, what would you do first? Would you sign the client first and structure the model, or you would get the financing first and then know what kind of service contract you're going to offer? Because if it's a VC, that guy wants his money within, say, 18 to 24 months. So the way I would structure that service contract is going to be very different from if I had a grant. So if you were sitting where I'm sitting, what would you do first? Thank you.
Thank you. I think my question goes to all policymakers and everyone, wherever you are, online and in the room. All these things that you've been talking about, especially about the ESCOs and the financing and all those companies, it's beautiful. But some of these things are not applicable in the room I'm seated in this country. Let's say, for us, we have Umeme, who's playing as the biggest guy in the whole game of supplying power here. There are areas you won't supply where Umeme is supplying. So for policymakers, I don't know if they're online. And you guys, how do you do it? How do you merge with the local authorities? Do you have also superpowers so you can't bypass? How do you do it? Umeme won't allow you, for example, supply within Kampala. You can't sell power. Let's say you have a client and you've done all that, but you won't sell. So how do you do it in all other African states? Is the energy question much of a political question than it is social? Help us understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Okay. We don't have any more questions right here. We have some questions online.
Okay, there's a question online. Dear Juliet, it's from John Mary. How do you engage with financial institutions to get financial support? Do you have supporting policies in Ghana to help mitigate project risks for ESCO's client agreements? Do the financial institutions require some equity contribution from ESCOs before providing additional finance? Share your specific experiences about these issues. I think, Juliet, you can take these questions and any other that have been directed to you.
Okay, thank you. I lost you at a point, but can you hear me now? So that was, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the first one, which was online, which I read while Alex was presenting, was about supporting policies in Ghana, whether we have policies that for both the finance part and then the other regulatory part. So in Ghana, the regulators are the Energy Commission and the PURC. So that's our Public Utilities Regulatory Commission. So there are two commissions, and they have the mandate to mediate between service providers and clients. For instance, the PURC comes up with the tariffs and all. So we have two commissions. So this will be country specific, but you asked that I share specifically from Ghana. So it is important for the clients, wherever these projects are happening and ESCO approaches you, it is important for you as a client to check on the status of the ESCO and then the eligibility of the service before entering into the contract. This is sometimes difficult because there are legal terms to it. So I'll just tie this into the second question about the guaranteed savings model. So before you enter into such a contract, it is imperative to check clearly what you are signing up to. And usually in the guaranteed savings model, also in the other model, the terms to which we are going to verify and monitor are clearly stated. So the shortfall in our context in Ghana, for instance, is that if I am the client and this is the ESCO, especially for the monitoring and verification, I usually need a third party, especially if I'm not a technically inclined client, to make sure that, okay, this month we made such and such savings. Because if I just rely on the ESCO and the ESCO is telling me a lie, there's no means of checking. So usually in such a contract, it is predetermined and predefined what we will do. So for instance, the client can say, you know, I can't verify every month that you have truly made these savings. So I'm going to take this third party to check. So you bring your bill, you tell me the bill of what you have saved, and then I verify, and then the payment is done. So since these are predetermined in the contract, also we state in the contract, or it is stated in the contract, what will constitute a defaulting. So on what premise are we saying that the ESCO didn't come through? So there's usually a third party gap that is needed, because if it is my word against yours, there's usually not a mediator. So there's usually a third, an independent person who says that, okay, I have verified both from this party and from the client. And all these should be stated in the contract before a client signs up. I hope that helps. Alex, is there anything you'd like to add to those specific ones?
No, I think that explains it really well. You know, the role of an independent party in a contract, you know, there is clearly a role. The problem is one of costs and needing to appoint an independent arbiter, particularly if that entity is doing measurement and verification activities, which can get expensive, then it interferes with the basic economics of the project. So there is a need, I think, to, and you said it, you know, to have as much of it predefined in the contracts and in the manuals that relate to the operation day to day of the ESCO, so that really you're only escalating to your independent arbiter if there is a dispute or a conflict or some problem to deal with. And I'm saying that based on experience, really. the first company that I set up quite a few years ago now was an independent measurement verification provider. So did exactly that. It sits in the middle of big ESCO contracts and does an independent verification. And it really only works economically for very large contracts. So they're still very much in the market, and they work on big projects for large hospitals, for example, and big corporate contracts where there is a degree of complexity in the in the arrangements between the ESCO and the client. For example, where there are lots of sites involved or some other complexity that needs managing. So they'll provide an independent input. But for small projects, it's difficult to find space, for an independent and still for the ESCO to still make enough money and for the value to be good for the client. But that's all I would add, really. Shall I tackle the question that the gentleman asked? What's first? The venture capital funding or the grant? Now, the obvious answer to that is that it depends. It depends on what your proposal is. Essentially, what's the opportunity for saving energy, or what's the delta? How big an impact are you going to make? Because that drives everything about an ESCO structure. Instinctively, based on what you said, I would say go for the grant and get the structure developed, because there's a lot to it. There's a lot to developing these solutions, and then if the VC is still interested when you've finished doing that, then they're probably a good partner for financing your ESCO. If they've wandered off to go and make a quick dollar somewhere else, then they probably weren't the right finance partner anyway for an ESCO. So maybe try and find a different one. VCs are probably not, as a category, one that I would look to for financing this sort of thing. ESCOs are a marathon, not a sprint, generally speaking. Although the need for energy savings is urgent, these are big structural relationships that that take a little while to develop and put in place. So if that's of any help, I would suggest get the structure right and then find the money. There's lots of money out there. It's just putting the structures in place to receive it in the right way, I think, is the challenge. But I may have got the situation completely wrong, in which case, sorry. And were there any other questions we need to tackle?
Yes, there was one. The online one had different segments. So it says, how do you engage with financial institutions to get financial support? Yeah, so as Alexa said, there's not really a one-size-fits-all, but depending on the model you choose, the risk may be on the ESCO to do their own financial finding themselves. So you find an investor and then you broker that deal. So in the slides that I showed earlier, so there are two. It's either the client does that, or you as an ESCO, you find the finances and then you enter into a deal with your client based either on the shared savings model or the guaranteed savings model. I wanted to add a bit to what Alex said about the third party. Like he said, it works well for larger projects. So if you are a small industry or a small commercial building, what the Energy Service Center has done under this GIZ funded project is to equip on both sides. So the C&I consumers, or the consumers of electricity, like we have said, every electricity end user is a client for an ESCO. So to build capacity in that arena, also for, say, a facility manager for a commercial building to be able to do this verification on behalf of the company. So we have run courses, for instance, in basic or type 1. We have used ISO 50002 type 1 energy audits. So what consumers of electricity or large industries have done is to send their staff. So this is in-house training. This has been subsidized. This was subsidized under this project. So you come for such a training, maybe a hands-on one for 5 days, and then you as a staff are equipped to do the verification on behalf of your company. In that case, the added value or the advantage is that then the company doesn't have to hire and pay for the services of a third party, but you have an in-house person who is equipped to do that. So in encouraging the ESCOs in the industries, we have to look at both sides. First, strengthening the service providers, and then also equipping the consumers, the end users of electricity, to do some of these things themselves. For instance, if you are approached by an ESCO, tendering, procurement, all the legal issues. If you have a fair idea, then whoever you contract or the third party you need, the services you need from that person may not be too much. That will reduce your cost, or you take it out completely and then you deal directly with the ESCO. So capacity building on both sides for the ESCO and then the end user of electricity. In your case, or in our case, it could be a farm, any end user of electricity. Okay, Wube Emiru Zerihune, we see your hand up. Please go ahead with your question.
Hello everybody, how are you? Hello.
Hello, is that Zerihune?
Yes,
Yeah.
my name is
Okay.
Zeri. I am from Ethiopia, and I graduated in mechanical engineering under the energy stream. I have 2 questions for Alex. My question is, the first one is, how the ESCO planned to develop and support the green energy production plant. For example, it will be the wind energy production plant, or on the hydro power plant, or other means of a green production plant. When I pass to the second question, how the ESCO implementation methods to avoid waste of energy, for instance, like electricity, to transport a long way off on the electric grids, there is a wastage of energy. This second question I want to ask, the main reason is that I worked for 8 months on hydropower plants, and this hydropower plants, it is located in Ethiopia in the southern part. It produces 1,850 megawatts. Its name Gilgal Gibe 3. On that places, I have some issues when the energy that is produced from the hydropower plant, it is getting to the switchyard. Then after the switchyard, it is connected to the national grid. It is transported more than 500 kilometers from Gibe 3 hydropower plant to Addis Ababa, and there is a high wastage. According to my data, from the total produced energy, up to 20% of the total energy produced, it is wastage. How the ESCO's implementation method to avoid this wastage, especially in the Eastern Africa, they have high resource of renewable energy, like a hydropower plant. Recently, I have seen some. I have read some books on that. Ethiopia have a capability of producing 15,000 megawatts only by the hydropower. This type of amount of energy is essential because it is a Greek economy. It have no any effect to our environment or to our universe. Another thing is when come to the Republic of Congo, there is a big river that is known as the Congo Basin. These rivers, only one river, it can be generated more than 35,000 megawatts. And ECO can assume this implementation to the coming years or to the future. I finished my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Very interesting. I'm not aware of an ESCO that addresses transmission and distribution losses in that way. I think, though, that an ESCO model could provide a helpful. It wouldn't directly be an ESCO model, but wherever you can make an energy saving, then there is an opportunity to use that saving to repay a capital investment, or to make a business case for an alternative solution of some sort. So I wonder whether the solution in this instance is more along the lines of a power purchase agreement, whereby other forms of generation are brought on stream more locally to cut transmission and distribution losses. Large-scale solar, for example, and that represents a saving to the end user on the basis that it's cutting those losses and providing a source of power with no commodity costs. So there might be inspiration to be found in the ESCO model and in the power purchase agreement model. I can't think, solving the underlying problem of transmission losses is a technical matter that may or may not be possible depending on the on the distances and the infrastructure involved. If it is possible, then an ESCO model could be considered, I guess. But I wonder whether it's better to look for alternative sources in this instance. I don't know, Juliet. You're an electrical engineer. Have you got a solution for transmission losses?
So, I think it's okay. So this is a transmission loss issue, which is not directly an ESCO consumer relationship kind of scenario. So the scenario you have given from Ethiopia about like we said, is specific. I don't directly know what prevails in Ethiopia, but these are transmission loss issues, usually from the national provider of your grade electricity. So their transmission losses are not directly ESCO related. So an ESCO cannot get into that relationship and do much. So yeah, I just want to create a distinction that there are transmission loss issues that are usually national grid issues, but an ESCO cannot directly go in there. That said, if we are saying that there's 500 kilometers worth of transmission lines and all, most of the grids are now looking at campaign. I'm not too sure what prevails in Ethiopia, but these centralized systems allow us to produce the electricity close to where the electricity is needed. So we are not transmitting over long or too long distances, but we are as close as possible. And if you are saying there are opportunities for hydro, maybe mini hydro, even now there's conversation about micro hydro. It's as close as possible to where the electricity is needed, either to a production facility, an industry, or a farm, or wherever the electricity is needed. It should be as close as possible. We hope that helps, Zeri.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Juliet and Alex. I'm assuming that we're done with the questions, both online and physical. Is that right? Yes, okay. If we're done with the questions, we'll let you leave, or you can keep following us online. But we thank you very much for your responses. I think that was a very good session. I enjoyed it myself. Don't you think so?
Thank you.
All right, so we're getting to the end of today's session. We are 1 hour ahead of schedule. Not ahead. We've gone beyond by 1 hour, which was because we started the sessions quite late. But we appreciate you as an audience, a physical audience. We appreciate the online audience. Tomorrow, I would like to see the physical audience being more active. Do you promise me? You do? I'm hearing muted promises. So we thank you very much for coming today. And I'll invite right now Lynette to come over and then tell us about tomorrow. She'll give us a breakdown of what tomorrow is going to look like, what to expect, and then we'll take it on from there. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. I can't hear you. Physical people, good evening. Wave at me. Yes, that's a good wave. Online people, good evening. Yes, so good to see all of you and to have completed. Yes, there are the responses.
Good evening. Good evening. Bye-bye.
Hi. It's so good to hear from online. We haven't been listening to your voices. Thank you so much for being with us the whole day. We really appreciate you. We appreciate you, everybody who's been able to show up today. We really appreciate our country. We've come from Kenya and we are saying, wow, Kenyans are actually early. We thought we are late. But Ugandans have shown us they are later. We had the program all planned out. We had everything. We are ready to be there by 8:30 to start. And then 9:30, crickets. 10, crickets. But here we are. We are at the end of the day. We are really thankful for everyone who's been able to come. No, we would like to get a little feedback about how the sessions were today. Allow me to lower my mask. And we'll do this in a popcorn format. Popcorn format. I know you do matoke here and some very nice peanut sauce. We ate that and it was amazing. Online people, sorry. If you're not in Uganda, you're missing out. But yes, let's do this in a popcorn format. And so how we'll do this is you give us feedback by just saying one word about how you found the session today. You could say it was inspiring, fun, whatever. Just shout it out. And for the online crowd, please put it on the chat. Put it on the chat. And we can go now. You know how popcorn just pops? Are you ready to go? Physical team? Okay, let's go. Who's starting us out? How was the session? Exciting, informative, fantastic, engaging, resourceful, fun, classic, informative, this challenging. Okay, that's from our team. It's good to be from our team. Anyone? Food. It was delicious. Those are Kenyans. Matoke-ish. Hey. Okay, let's see from the chat. Could you put it up? Let's get more from here. Energizing. Okay, there's insightful, epic, informative, interesting from the online team. Exciting, inspiring, resourceful. So we'll take it that you really enjoyed the session today. And you think today was good? Tomorrow is better. Bigger and better. So you do not want to miss out on this one. Tomorrow we'll start off with a speaker from Kenya. He's called Andrew Amadi, and he's the CEO of Kerea. And so you do not want to miss out as we talk about the renewable energy gains in Africa. Then we'll have a panel on e-mobility and 3 powerful speakers there. After that, we'll have a motivational speaker from Uganda, and he'll be speaking to us about leadership. And as energy professionals, we need to be leaders, don't we? As we lead this energy conversation, renewable energy conversation, we really need to be leaders. And so you do not want to miss that. And then we have something we call the Youth Innovation Challenge. Let me tell you guys, there are powerful, powerful youth, young people that have participated in a challenge, an innovation challenge, and they are from all over Africa. There are people from Ghana, there are those from Cameroon, there are others from here, Uganda, there are Kenyans, and so you really want to come and see what projects they are presenting, and there'll be judges, and we'll get to know who won that challenge from the judges. And then we have had a program that's been running. It's called Yip. Can I hear a woo from the Yippers? Yeah, we came with 10 young people from Kenya who have been part of our incubation program. It's called Yip, Youth in Energy Empowerment Program. And they've been doing this program for 10 months. They've done some training, they've done some internship, and some mentorship, and tomorrow they'll be graduating. Yes. So you get to attend a graduation tomorrow. Isn't that exciting? Yes, so we'll have that. And finally we'll close down with an awards ceremony. An awards ceremony where we'll be awarding professionals in Africa, energy professionals in Africa. We had an energy awards where people were nominated for different roles, the renewable professional of the year, the woman of the year in energy, all of those, and we'll be awarding them tomorrow. So you want to dress up like you're going for a graduation and an awards ceremony, don't you think? Yes, and a conference on top of that, but leave space for your stomach because you'll also be eating. So yeah, you know what to dress up in, don't you? Okay, so you don't want to miss it out. Online team also, please be there. Join us for the whole day and ensure you have food so that you join us as we go for lunch and tea time. Thank you very much for being with us, and we wish you a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. You can leave at will. If you would like to enjoy the views, you can go up to the 99 restaurant if you've not been there before. You will absolutely enjoy the view, and please do not leave our tea unattended too. Please consume it. Consume it. We want to see empty cups and the snacks. So please enjoy your tea, and then you can make your way home. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Online community, we thank you very much for being part of us today. And we are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Ugandan time. Thank you.
Would you please share your experience from the sessions you've attended for the World Energy Day Conference 2021?
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to first say thank you to the organizing teams, to the partners, and everyone who worked to it that would have such a beautiful day. In Uganda, I'm glad at the comfort of my weather and everything. I'm really happy this happened here. So one of my major takeaways, to me, it's like a story of knowledge growing. When I was growing up in Uganda, I was taught that food and water were basic needs. It was never mentioned any day that energy is a basic need. And like today, as I was growing up, and you're studying, you're working, you have come to realize just like water and food are necessary, energy too is equally necessary for this whole development to go on. So one of the lessons the speakers brought out tonight for me was, just like we have been doing well, fairly well with food, it's easy to find food in Africa, a garden in every African home, than to find an energy producing skill. So I am very glad one of the presenters mentioned that we consume more than we produce. There is less production in energy than we're producing. So when the gentleman said that, I felt like that was mine. So one of my takeaways is to tell our own people, just like we have a garden of tomatoes, all that at home, it's also okay to have maybe a biogas farm behind your home because you're producing waste. You can also have a small solar system at home, so it can meet the needs of energy that you have. Another lesson that I took away today was the financing opportunities, majorly for private sector. I'm in private sector, I work with the Creator Solar. So it was so beautiful to know that there are people outside there making sure that, yeah, you're developing projects, but hey, we have some money, we can help you. So it was so beautiful. One of the presentations we had before the break, the gentleman, Sydney, mentioned that, yeah, Chemical is willing, as long as you show us a bankable project. Me, that was like for me, and also the previous speakers, the gentleman from African Development Bank. So today it was like, hey, we have opportunities, and also if you're in a place where you can produce some, please produce some. So those are like the things I've so far taken away, and I believe as the sessions go on, there is more we are going to be learning. I will be learning as me.
Hi, my name is Paul Mujrini. I'm a final year student at Shambogo University doing electrical engineering, and I am really happy and excited about the world celebrating Energy Day, a day when we have to remember and put in practice all the capabilities that we've had to make sure that energy resources and every other thing that has provided energy to the world be put to use, and also look at how we can maximize all the other energy reserves and everything that we have in practice and resources to put on ground. And I'm also very happy about this day because we are remembering and putting in consideration some of the things that we need to consider. For example, opening up platforms and involving people who have been into it already and have been, they have the expertise and the experience, and they are resourceful enough to show and uncover all those, I might say, gold mines in the energy to help us know and understand much more about this. Thank you very much.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Could you please take us through your partnership experience with World Energy Day?
Oh, thank you for the question. My name is Bernard Mbaine. As said, I'm the vice chairperson of the board of UNREA. UNREA stands for Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance. Thanks for the question. I think firstly, as a country, as Uganda, we are very pleased for having hosted the World Energy Day celebration. It's a privilege for us to host this event. And again, as UNREA, we're also very privileged to partner with World Energy Day on this event. I think looking at the theme of the event, looking at the theme which is energy sustainability in Africa, it's an opportunity for us as Uganda as a country to try and engage into conversations to do with sustainability, because we understand that the challenges that are around climate change affect us as Africans quite adversely, and it's important that we start to engage into conversations, and I think these are some of the objectives of this World Energy Day 2021. So we are very delighted in that regard, but also as an alliance, we represent quite a number of member associations, but these associations also represent several companies that are engaged in the energy sector. So having this event is an opportunity for these companies to, do networking, do, B2B, networking and business to business meetings. So it's an opportunity for the members to come and, engage, to come and learn from the different speakers. So it's been interesting to be partners on this event in general, and we hope that the next time we can also host the event again.
Hi everyone, my name is Carol Gaduru from the World Energy Day Secretariat. What started as a secretariat has actually grown into a foundation, because when we asked ourselves, there's a day for environment, World Environment Day, there's a day for cancer, there's a day for the African child, there are days for every single thing, but there was no day celebrated specifically for energy. And so we got together and asked ourselves, how can we create awareness? How can we advocate? How can we ensure that everybody around the world knows about clean energy, energy efficiency, energy sustainability? How do we make this a global thing? And so we started in a small way and started with a small conference, because the day is celebrated on 22nd October. And this then grew and grew. And last year, that was a COVID year, we had an online conference that attracted over 300 people. And this year we are on the ground in Kampala, Uganda, celebrating, because this has gone regional, it has gone global. It has gone global. It has gone global. Kampala, Uganda, and it has actually gone global. And so we are here to invite people to be members of the World Energy Day Foundation and take a stand when it comes to energy conservation, energy sustainability. And we can't talk about energy in isolation. Energy goes with climate change, with water efficiency, with food sustainability, with gender equity, because the gender parity with regards to energy use and energy struggles and energy crisis is something that we must talk about. We must talk about youth and energy. And so therefore we are inviting all players to come, join this movement, because it's actually a movement, and we take energy conversations to the next level. There's a series of activities that run up to the conference. The conference is the major highlight. And this year we have young people graduating, and we are celebrating them within this conference. We have professional awards for individuals who are being celebrated for what they are doing in the energy space to move and shake things and have great impact. And we have webinars running all year, tackling different subjects on financing, subjects on inclusion, subjects on women, subjects on youth, subjects on having projects be sustainable, and so on and so forth. And we join everyone to join us all year round, because we can't limit energy conversations just to one day or 1 month, the month of October. We need to take action and take a stand all the time, every time. So this is Carol from the World Energy Day Secretariat. Come and join us, be part of this great movement that is taking energy conversation to the next level.
Perfect.